Hi, everybody. Welcome in as we get our second day of baseball underway. A little check swing, and it will turn into an out. Eli Stone trying to check his swing. Instead, got a piece of the Kellum pitch. And the 1-3 registers out number one. That didn't take long. One pitch, one away. Here in the top part of the inning. Jeremy Gandy coming to the plate as we take a look at UBO East. They are the visiting squad. Home team is Sports U. UBO East, Eli Stone, the leadoff guy. Jeremy Gandy at the plate batting second. John Michael Mordecai, the three-hitter. Fourth guy, Ryder Mobley. Easton Grace batting fifth. Thaddeus McKinney sixth. Landon Givens is the seven-hitter. Eight guy, Joseph Roberts. Philip Belcher in the 9 spot, and Calvin Howard is batting 10. Bryce Kellum getting the starting nod on the hill for Sports U. Behind the plate is Aiden Ward. At first, Brody Kuchar. Dane Gray at second. Shortstop is Brody Dugas. The third baseman, Jason Cutright. In that Sports U outfield as it got a swing and miss by Gandy. And there's 2 outs quickly. John Michael Mordecai coming to the plate. Sports U outfield. Drew Clement in center. And I've got to take another look as this one is sent to left field, and there the catch is made for out number 3. 3 up, 3 down in the top of the first. We head to the bottom of the inning on JockJive.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
We head to the bottom of the first. Brody Dugas will start it off. Aiden Ward is the 2-hitter for Sports U. Cohen Mosley batting third. Aiden Strecker fourth. Bryce Kellum is the 5 guy. Everett Gibbs hit 6th. Dane Gray 7th. Jason Cutright is the 8-hitter. Brody Kuchar in the 9 spot, and Drew Clement batting 10th. Meanwhile, the defense of UBO East, as that one is sent in the direction of center field. Nice jump on it, and able to get to it is Jeremy Gandy. So Dugas with the fly out for out number 1. John Michael Mordecai on the hill. Behind the plate for UBO is Easton Grace. Joseph Roberts at first. The second baseman is Eli Stone. Shortstop Ryder Mobley, as that is popped out of play. Well, could be Mobley. Popped out of play nearby. Third baseman Thaddeus McKinney. In the outfield, Calvin Howard in left. Jeremy Gandy in center, and the right fielder is Landon Gibbons. Another warm start to a Hattiesburg, Mississippi morning. 83 degrees currently. Could get warmer. Well, it will get warmer. Could get warmer as a daytime high today, though, as compared to yesterday. Looks like Easton Grace got a little banged up on the toss and took the opportunity to hand deliver the baseball in an effort to kind of overcome those pains. 93 expected today. 91 was the high yesterday. On the inside part of the plate to Aiden Ward. About 83 currently. It feels like 87. Temperatures 5 degrees above what it typically would be on the 7th of June. Winds out of the west-southwest at 8, gusting to 14. UV index 3 and moderate. Air quality is 74 and good. There is a lot of rain in Arkansas. Let's hope it stays north of here and does not dip south. If it does, it shouldn't happen today. Of course, you never know. Mama Nature's got a mind of her own. Who knows? But according to the forecast, according to the people who are most knowledgeable on such matters, it is not supposed to rain today. 76% humidity, 13-mile visibility. Moon at 88% illumination. There's a walk given to Aiden Ward. He'll go down to first. Cohen Mosley coming to the plate. And Ward is the catcher, so he has a courtesy runner. It will come in the form of the guy who popped out the center field a few moments ago, Brody Dugas. So Dugas to run. Moon 251,900. 92 miles away. A little bit outside with a pitch to Mosley. Aiden Strecker moving to the on-deck circle. Now I can give you a lot more weather-related info. Now with the iPhone weather app and the updates, man, you bump anything, you get some new statistical information. But that kind of gives you an idea what it's like in Hattiesburg at 9:13 on a Saturday morning. That is popped up. Let's see if it's retrievable. Joseph Roberts able to get there for the catch. Over from first, and there's two gone. And Dugas will hold it first. Teams coming in with a single game under their belt. UBO East lost by a run, and Sports U won by a run yesterday. So a big game for teams trying to get to Saturday and make that Sunday in the championship play. If you lose this game, you're in all likelihood, maybe even mathematically, eliminated from the opportunity to play on championship Sunday. Now, don't hold me to that. As I've mentioned previously, anything I relay or parlay is unofficial. Aiden Strecker with Bryce Kellum on deck. Top of the second, Mobley, Grace, and McKinney. As you got a swing and a miss. Off and running is Dugas, and he's in with a stolen base at second. And now an RBI opportunity for Aiden Strecker, the cleanup hitter. Everything in place today that was in place yesterday. 1 hour, 50-minute time limit. There are mercy rules, but we didn't implement anything yesterday. Had some very good games here. Hit by the pitch, and down to first goes Aiden Strecker. I mean, even the game or two that didn't look like it was a really good game, maybe a 6-7 run win, was a tight game until the last inning. So we did not worry ourselves with mercy rules yesterday. A little bit high and away with the pitch to Bryce Kellum. Chopper coming over here in Hattiesburg. That is popped up to the right side. Landon Gibbons there. He'll make the catch. Kellum flies out, and the two runners on are left on.
Drives that in the direction of right field. That is going to sail.
I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field.
Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center.
Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field.
High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a mercy rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. And a shot towards the gap.
Top of the second gets underway, and Reiner Mobley will start it off. Easton Grace and Thaddeus McKinney due up in the inning, too. That is fouled into the stands. Taking a look at the standings in Pool A. 24 teams here, by the way, playing baseball this weekend in either Hattiesburg, Poplarville, as that one is fouled away, at the high school, or at Pearl River in Poplarville, or at Presbyterian Christian, or here. So 24 teams in all, 2 pools, A and B. And these 2 teams in Pool A. And it's popped up by Mobley, and at second, Dane Gray drifting back onto the grass to make the catch for out number 1. Easton Grace next. Thaddeus McKinney to the on-deck circle. And in Pool A, Extreme Scout 19, 2-0. Sports U 18, 1-0. Mississippi Scout 16, 1-1. Then FB Scout 19, UBO East 18, and Florida Bama 18, all 0-1. In Pool B, Stars 18 and the Gulf Coast Pelicans 1-0. Mississippi 18, 1-0-1. Star Scout 17, 0-1-1. Elite Dreams and the Bandits 0-1. Couple of strikes to Easton Grace. And if you're curious about 16U, in Pool A, Capital 16, 1-0. FB Scout 16, 1-0. Swing and a miss, dropped. Down to first goes throw, and Grace out number 2. That's got Thaddeus McKinney coming to the plate with Landon Gibbons to the on-deck circle. In 16B, Stars 16, Mississippi 16, 1-0. Extreme 16, and Florida Bama 0-0-1. They tied each other. Blue Jays 16, 1-0, and the Gulf Coast Pelicans 16, 0-2. In Dimension A, Capital 16 and FB Scout 16, 1-0. Mississippi Futures and UBO Henry 0-1. And a couple of teams yet to play. I guess they'll get their 3 games in today and tomorrow. As McKinney wraps into the 4-3. And those 2 are the Pelicans, Scout 16 and Capitals 15. Here's the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double, the single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down and Well, you got just a look at some of the stuff that is coming up this summer here on JockJive as part of the Showcase Series. Fouled away by Everett Gibbs. And again, keep in mind that what we do is just a segment, just a morsel of what the Showcase does and the events they host. Everett Gibbs, Dane Gray, Jason Cutright. All two up in the inning. Foul back to the screen by Everett Gibbs. We are in the bottom part of the second. Longest we have gone this weekend here without a run plating as deep into a game was, I believe it was the last game last night. Yeah, it got into the fifth inning before we saw a run plate. Everett Gibbs will strike out. John Michael Mordecai picking up his first K of the game. And there is one away. Landon Gibbons, Joseph Roberts, Philip Belcher. When you get to the top of the third for UBO East. One ball, couple of strikes. 23rd pitch of the morning from Mordecai results in another K. It's Dane Gray. And back-to-back strikeouts, both swinging. Two gone for Jason Cutright. Brody Kuchar moving to the on-deck circle. Well, I never checked to see what happened with Auburn and Coastal Carolina. I was watching last night, and the rains came, the game delayed, and oh gosh, I hate to admit that I kind of got trapped or stuck on watching a Batman movie and then drifted off to sleep and never found out what happened with Auburn and Coastal Carolina. And you got a strikeout of Cutright looking. And everybody strikes out in the bottom of the second as we go to the third, and we'll check out scores in the third on JockJive.
You've played some travel ball. You've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament. We're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Top of the third gets underway. Well, Coastal Carolina did beat Auburn. As we take a look at yesterday's college baseball scores, took 10 innings, so I'm not sure what time that game wrapped up. But I do know, at least in the Eastern time zone, it was into the wee hours of the morning. Not sure about here in the Central time zone. Florida State loses to Oregon State 5-4. Wow, what a comeback from Oregon State. I think it was 4-1 with 2 outs in the bottom of the ninth. And Oregon State takes it to the 10th and wins it by 1. Louisville 8-1 winners over Miami. Of course, Miami, the team that knocked Southern Miss out of a potential super regional host. And North Carolina, 18-2 winner over Arizona. Sent to right field, able to judge it correctly as Aiden Strecker makes the catch of the Landon Gibbons fly ball for out number 1. So one away, Philip Belcher moving to the on-deck circle. Joseph Roberts with a swing and miss. And today in college baseball, Miami and Louisville started off at 10 o'clock this morning. Then you got North Carolina and Arizona at 11. Murray State and Duke at noon, 1 o'clock. West Virginia, LSU. 2 o'clock, Auburn, Coastal Carolina. Tennessee, Arkansas at 4 o'clock. Backhanded it short by Dugas. Goes to first. Nice dig on the one hop and the backhand by Kuchar at first. And 2 gone for Brody Kuchar. UTSA, University of Texas San Antonio, and UCLA at 6. And then we'll see if Florida State can recover from that devastating loss to Oregon State at 8 o'clock tonight. Philip Belcher taking an inside pitch. 2 gone here in the top of the third. Calvin Howard moving to the on-deck circle. Major League Baseball yesterday, Rays over the Marlins 4-3. Pirates popped the Phillies 5-4. Nationals shut out the Rangers 2-0. Yankees 9-6 over the Red Sox. The D-backs Reds game suspended, tied at 3, and will resume today. Belcher wrapping into the 6-3. That's 9 in a row retired by Kellum.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
Bottom of the third gets underway. Brody Kuchar starts in. Drew Clement and Brody Dugas due up in the inning. Scoreless after 2.5 as we head to the bottom of the inning. More baseball finals from yesterday's MLB. Tigers topple the Cubs 3-1. Astros aggravate the Guardians 4-2. White Sox wallop the Royals. That will ricochet off of Joseph Robertson on is Brody Kuchar. And let's see how the official scorekeeper scores that base hit for Kuchar. And that will become the first base hit of the game. Drew Clement to the plate. And it will mark the first time in the game that leadoff has gotten aboard. A little high with a Mordecai pitch. White Sox over the Royals 7-2. Padres pop the Brewers 2-0. Blue Jays bust the Twins 6-4. Cards club the Dodgers 5-0. Mets mesmerize the Rockies 4-2. Angels 5-4 over the Mariners. A's. I was trying to think of a word I haven't used. Agitated. The Orioles 5-4. That will get away from Robertson off to second. We'll go Kuchar. So a base hit and an error mixed in has a runner in scoring position with nobody out for Sports U. That is into the stands foul. And the Giants jump on the Braves 5-4. WNBA last night, Sun knock off the Dream 84-76. And Sparks over the Wings 93-79. WNBA today starts at 2. How about Caitlin Clark? I see the Fever is playing tonight. I'm not sure if she is back or not. It's a foul ball right down the line with just about a ruler foul. You know, about 12 inches. That kind of ruler. Not the ruler with a, crown and scepter and cape. Major League Baseball today starts at 12:10. And is thrown into right field and will give the opportunity for Kuchar to go to third. So a nice play by McKinney making the catch on the fly, but commits the boo-boo that's got Kuchar at third. And Kuchar has been the benefactor of some mistakes. Reached second on the E3, reaches third on the E5. Top of the order, Brody Dugas to the plate. Here is that key at bat if you are UBO East in trying to keep Sports U off the board. And if you are Sports U, key in trying to plate the first run. Brody Dugas with a fly out to center field in the first. 0 for 1 in the game. Just a tad outside with the pitch. That should bring in the run. It is deep to center field. Over to make the catch is Jeremy Gandy, but in to score from third is Kuchar. And Dugas picks up the RBI on the sac fly. And those errors proved large. That's a routine flyout. Maybe Kuchar advances a bag. But he doesn't come in on the flyout. Had there not been a pair of errors that got him 90 feet away. Aiden Ward with a walk and a stolen base. Cohen Mosley is on deck. A little bit outside with a 76-mile-an-hour Mordecai pitch. A lot of these UBO East 18 players from the Panhandle of Florida and South Alabama. You got a swing and a miss, and out will go Ward. That is the fourth Mordecai strikeout of the game. 1 run's in. No longer scoreless as we head to the fourth. We are a pitch into the top of the fourth, and Calvin Howard with the fly out to left field. Back to the top of the order with Eli Stone coming to the plate. If you get into a tie scenario in trying to play on Championship Sunday, then runs allowed is the first of the tiebreakers. Of course, head-to-head, one. But if head-to-head does not determine a winner, then you've got runs allowed and runs scored. Runs allowed, your first tiebreaker. If that doesn't work, then runs scored. In the runs allowed department, with an 0-1 mark, UBO East is a team that has allowed 7. Ground to short, throw over to first. That'll be an infield single and an error to boot. And Eli Stone will find his way to second. I think Dugas may be distracted a little bit by the fact that Jason Cutwright initially moved over as if he were going to field. And that kind of threw off now Dane Gray, by the way, at short. Started at second, but Dane Gray is now at short. But just that little maneuver by Cutwright distracted Gray, and Gray throws it away. And I don't see a hit posted, just flat out error. So let's put an E6 by the name of Eli Stone. Gandy getting Stone to third. And doing it on the 1-3, but there's 2 gone. John Michael Mordecai next. Ryder Mobley moving to the on-deck circle. Mordecai with the fly out to left field. 2 gone. Top of the 4th, bottom of the inning, Mosley, Strecker, and Kellum. 3, 4, and 5 in the Sports U order. I hope you've downloaded the Showcase Series app. What a terrific resource for keeping up with the Showcase wherever it may be. And there are multiple tournaments and multiple venues for those multiple tournaments. So not uncommon to have 10, 12, 14 different parks in use on any given weekend. That's a lot to keep up with, but you can keep up with it with the Showcase Series app. I know I refer to it often. As you got a walk given to Mordecai. Tying run at third, go ahead run at first, but 2 gone here in the top of the 4th with Ryder Mobley coming to the plate. And speaking of scores, let's take a look at yesterday. And add all of the 4 locations together. Here's what happened in the Hattiesburg area. As that is sent to first, it is fielded by Kuchar, and a couple of runners are stranded. We'll get to those scores in the 4th as we head to the Mosley, Strecker, and Kellum spots in the Sports U order.
Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit unitedbaseball.org, and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always on you.
Bottom of the fourth, Cohen Mosley slapping that one in the direction of the bullpen on the right side for Sports U, and it's out of reach for Joseph Roberts coming over from first, or right fielder Landon Gibbons. I was going to give you scores from yesterday, and then we hit the break. So let's go back to those scores. Stars 18, 5-2 over Elite Dreams. Star Scout 17 and Mississippi 18. Finished tied at 3. Stars 16 over Blue Jays 16, 4-1. Mississippi 18, an 11-5 winner over the Bandits. Capital 16 beating UBO Henry 15-3. Extreme Scout 19, a 12-4 winner over Mississippi Scout 16. Gulf Coast Pelicans beat the Star Scout 17, 8-3. As you got a walk issue to Cohen Mosley. Blue Jays 16, 11-1 winners over the Gulf Coast Pelicans 16. Sports U 10-9 winners over Florida Bama 18. Extreme 16 and Florida Bama 16, tied at 3. Mississippi Scout 16, a 5-2 winner over FB Scout 19. Aiden Strecker at the plate with a runner on. Nobody gone. 2 innings straight now. And Sports U has put lead off aboard. And in the final round of games last night, what a nice catch by Jeremy Gandy. Got a great jump, good speed there in center field, and able to deny Strecker a base hit. One out for Bryce Kellum. And in your 7 o'clock games last night, Mississippi Scout 16, 5-2 winners over FB Scout 19. Mississippi 16 beats the Gulf Coast Pelicans 16-5. Extreme Scout 19, 7-6 winners over UBO East 18. And FB Scout 16, 9-4 winners over Mississippi Futures. Tagged down is Cohen Mosley trying to get down to second. Had both Mobley and Stone in the vicinity, but it was Stone that made the catch and reached over and tagged out Mosley. So the base is cleared with 2 gone. Diving, trying to knock it down. That is Eli Stone. It will bounce off Stone, and Kellum is on. That is the second Sports U base hit of the game, and it's 2 hits that have ricocheted off of the fielder. Brody Kuchar got on with a shot that ricocheted off Joseph Roberts. And that one bouncing off Stone. Everett Gibbs with a strikeout in the second. Dane Gray to the on-deck circle. Safely back is Kellum at first. As we speak, games elsewhere in Pearl River, Star Scout 17 and Elite Dreams. As that has popped up to the left side. Looks like there's room for Jeremy Gandy, and he'll come over from center field to make the catch and retire Everett Gibbs. 1 runner stranded, 1 base hit, nobody scores. Let's head to the 5th in a 1-zip game.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
We head to the top of the 5th. Easton Grace will start it. Thaddeus McKinney and Landon Gibbons due up in the inning, too. 9 a.m. games today. I mentioned the one at Pearl River. And Presbyterian Christian, it is Star 16 and Florida Bama 16 playing at this moment. And at Poplarville High School, Capitals 15 and Mississippi Futures. Easton Grace driving it over towards third. That will ricochet off Cutright. And Easton Grace is on. Compliments of the E5. Tying run aboard here in the 5th inning. That is the first time in the game that leadoff has gotten on for UBO East. And Grace is the catcher. He'll get a courtesy runner. It'll be the guy that hits ahead of him, Reiner Mobley. So Mobley now at first. Thaddeus McKinney to the plate. Let's see how UBO plays it. Thought in a 1-run game you might consider a bunt. No show of a bunt by McKinney. McKinney ground into the 4-3 in the second. On the outside part of the plate, the 76-mile-an-hour Bryce Kellum pitch. UBO East has had 3 runners, 2 via the error and 1 the walk. Swing and a miss. That was to protect the runner, and Grace's runner Mobley now at second. A little bit outside with the pitch to McKinney, who was the last out in the second inning. Winning ground into the 4-3. Landon Givens on deck. Hattiesburg, Mississippi, a community of about 50,000. I actually thought it was bigger than 50. Still a nice-sized community, a lot of activity. And a lot of the Hattiesburg natives that I recognize were sports figures. I knew that Ray Guy played here. I didn't know he was from here. I knew Lewis Lips played here, but I did not know he was from here. And a shot over in the direction of Aiden Strecker in right field. Tagging is Mobley, and he'll go to third safely. So it wasn't a bunt, but it acts like one. McKinney out number 1 and Mobley to third. Harold Jackson is from here, the former Ram receiver. And plenty of political and cultural names that I did not recognize. That is mishandled at short by Gray, and as a result, Mobley will come in. Gray had a chance to get Mobley at the plate. But the error will allow the tying run to come in, and Givens on at first. One apiece game. Joseph Roberts at the plate. Gray, Cutright, and Kuchar in the bottom of the inning for Sports U. And if you're wondering about the time limit, got about 49 minutes left. Just about an hour 1 into the game, and that is an unofficial 49 minutes left. Ground towards third, backhanded by Cutright, goes to second to get the lead runner. Roberts safe at first. Two gone for Philip Belcher. Belcher ground out to short to put it into the third. And we'll send that one into the stands. Obviously, the rest of today we are here. And then tomorrow. Tomorrow, a 4-game slate. A 9 a.m. start, but a 4-game slate as compared to today's 9 a.m. start in 5 games. And then on Tuesday and Wednesday, we head to Troy University. We're actually at Troy quite a bit this month. Tuesday and Wednesday for the ALA BCA Upperclassmen Showcase. In safely is Roberts. Saw it get away briefly from Ward and decided to take off for bag 2. And then next weekend we are there with a showcase. And actually Tim Altork will handle your coverage. And I'll head to Nicholls State in Thibodaux. That is a foul ball in the direction of third. Thibodaux, where Amos Moses was from, right? You do know about Amos Moses. You know the Jerry Reed song? You don't know who Jerry Reed is. Okay. You're young. As you've got a swing and a miss by Philip Belcher. One runner stranded, one runner in, tie game in one, headed to the bottom of the fifth.
Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit UnitedBaseball.org and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always on you.
One apiece game as we head to the bottom of the fifth. The one Sports U run came in the third. The lone UBO East run in the fifth. Dane Gray, who struck out in the second, starts it off for Sports U. Jason Cutright and Brody Kuchar, two up in the inning as well. To finish the thought, by the way, Amos Moses was a Jerry Reed song. Jerry Reed did Eastbound and Down. Was in the movie with Burt Reynolds. I know this is all stuff that goes way back. I get it. And I went through that whole routine just to mention that Thibodaux, Louisiana is in the song Amos Moses. There is a base hit into left field, leadoff single from Dane Gray. That is the first Sports U base hit that did not ricochet off of a UBO East fielder. And it is the third consecutive inning that leadoff has gotten aboard. Jason Cutright to the plate. Cutright struck out looking. And it put it into the second inning. And it's a slow roller that will stay on the outside of the chalk. And cut right will come back to the plate. Brody Kuchar moving to the on-deck circle. Mordecai's pitch driven into center field, back-to-back base hits for the first time in the game, and a couple of runners are on. Brody Kuchar next. And is now 4 hits in the game for Sports U. Showing bunt, pitch high and away for ball 1. And reminder, we're trying to sign up subscribers to our YouTube channel. Here is the very attainable meager goal for the weekend. Another base hit into center field from Kuchar. Gandy up with it quickly. That will require Gray to hold it third. But back-to-back base hits have loaded it up. But that attainable goal, 6,700 subscribers. I think we are 20 away. Only picked up a handful yesterday. So if you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, it would just tickle us pink. And all you got to do is bring that cursor over the subscribe button and click. No forms to fill out. No vital information to provide. Drew Clements with the bases loaded, nobody out. And that's high and away from Mordecai, 3-0. On the outside part of the plate with a pitch. And when you subscribe, you get access to games, highlights, interviews, shows. All just for the little click of a mouse. Fouled away by Clement. Clement popped out to third in the third. Loaded up here in the bottom of the fifth. That is floated towards center field. Gandy will come over and make the catch. Has a pretty strong throw to the plate. Instead, the run will score, but caught between second and third is cut right, and he's tagged out. So they will get the double play. And I think that double play goes 8, 3, 5, 6. One-run plates, one runner on. And Daddy Mordecai coming out of the bump to have a conversation with son Mordecai, and the younger of the two about to exit the bump.
frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back. Her 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Thaddeus McKinney is the new pitcher. John Michael Mordecai works 5 2/3, faces 20, strikes out 4, walks 2, gives up 5 hits, has allowed 2 runs thus far, is responsible for the runner at second, Brody Kuchar. And that is going to slip out of the hands of McKinney and turn into a ball. And it allows Kuchar to take third. Well, I said that slipped out of the hands when looking. Well, it had to have slipped, obviously. It was not a typical McKinney throw. But it definitely had an unusual look to it. Well, we'll look at that later. Let's get the 4-3 in the books. Dugas leaving Kuchar on and runs in. Sports U's got the lead back. Bottom of the order in the top of the sixth, Calvin Howard starts at Eli Stone and Jeremy Gandy. 2 up in the inning, 2. All in all, considering that the bases were loaded with nobody out, a lone run plating. A plus for UBO East. But for Sports U, the benefit is it plated. You're up by 1. Howard with a fly out to left, 0 for 1 in the ball game. New pitcher, by the way, Aiden Ward on the hill for Sports U. Bryce Kellum will work a total of 5 innings. Face 19. 3 strikeouts, 1 walk, no hits, 1 run. There is the first base hit of the game for UBO East, and it comes from the 10-hitter. And it comes in the form of a leadoff base hit. And in to run is Philip Belcher for Calvin Howard. As we head back to the top of the order, Eli Stone to the plate. Howard with his lead over at first. Brody Kuchar holding on Belcher. Ground a short, possibility of 2. There's the 6-4, but not the 3. But was there interference on the part of the runner sliding in? Nope. So you got a 6-4. No double play turned. Stone, your runner at first. Belcher goes to the dugout. Jeremy Gandy showing punt. Punts it down the first base line, and he will get in safely at first. And that is going to be charged as an E3. It was picked up by Kuchar when he reached over to tag out Gandy. Ball popped out. And a couple of runners on for John Michael Mordecai. And Mordecai is 1 swing of the bat, 1 base hit away from not being the loser in the game. Ground to second, 4-6 and 3, double play turn. So Mordecai, who had a chance to at least tie the game, get out of the possible loss scenario, instead wraps into the DP and leaves it 2-1 going to the bottom of the 6th.
Drives that in the direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a mercy rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. And a shot towards the gap.
Aiden Warren starting off the bottom of the sixth. Cohen Mosley and Aiden Strecker 2 up in the inning 2. Warren has walked and struck out. 0 for 1 in the game with a stolen base. Thaddeus McKinney came into the ball game and faced 1 in the 5th. Got the last third of the 5th, getting Dugas to wrap into the 4-3. Strike 3 on the inside part of the plate, and out goes Aiden Ward. And it would appear at the moment that we are going to have a first. This is the 6th game we've covered this weekend in Hattiesburg, and none of its predecessors have gone to the 7th. But I think this one's got ample time to get to the 7th inning. Shot towards center field. Gandy couldn't get there. Off the man and on is Mosley. One away, one aboard. And I think our official scorekeeper has scored that as an E8. So a base runner in first. Compliments of the error, and Aiden Strecker coming to the plate. He'll lift that one in the direction of first. And it's out of play. Roberts giving it a chase, but couldn't get there before it dropped to the turf. Fouled away by Strecker. Strecker's been hit by a pitch and popped out to center field. Mosley, who is on his way to second, will make the U-turn, come back. Into the dirt, and the throw then winds up into center field, allows Mosley to take second. And in a ball game like this, where nobody's had a lead bigger than 1, 2-run advantage is huge. And the potential to extend the lead to 2 is there in second in the form of Cohen Mosley. Time asked for by Strecker. Bryce Kettle on deck in the 7th. Mobley, Grace, and McKinney for UBO East. Fouled away by Strecker. Well, you may not see them, but you can hear the participants of our 11:15 game here Extreme Scout 19 and Florida Bama 18. High inside pitch to Strecker. Strike three, got the outside part of the plate. Second strikeout for McKinney. It is the 6th for UBO East pitching. And there's 2 gone for Bryce Kellum. Kellum with a fly out to right field and a single, 1 for 2 in the game. Runner going, throw to third. Safely in with a steal is Mosley. Again, a couple of teams that are very familiar with one-run games. UBO East, a one-run loss to Extreme Scout 19 yesterday. Sports 18U, a one-run win over Florida Bama 18 yesterday. Outside with a 72-mile-an-hour pitch from McKinney. Low and away and a walk given to Kellum. It is the first McKinney walk. And puts runners at first and third for Everett Gibbs. Gibbs has struck out and popped out 0 for 2 in the game. Started the second with a K, into the fourth with a flyout. In from third comes Mosley on the toss that got away from Grace. One pitch, fouled away, 1-2 on Gibbs. Dane Gray on deck. A 2-run lead just feels so much larger. That is fouled up against the screen. Well, I guess it is. Technically, it's twice as much. It comes in the bottom of the 6th in a game in which there's only been 1-run leads. Until now. McKinney's pitch, low and away, 71 miles an hour. Kellum, your base runner at second. On the back end of the first of 5 games today. Popped up in the direction of center. Gandy is there. He'll make the catch. Kellum is left on. Mosley's in. And Sports U leads by 2.
is the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double, the single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down and
one pitch into the top of the 7th. And Cutright will deliver the Mobley grounder to first. 5-3 goes to put out. First trip into the 7th inning this weekend. Everything else has required the time limit. Easton Grace to the plate with 1 away. And unofficially, we've still got about 14 minutes in our time limit. Ground in the direction of third, but it is ground foul. One run planting in the bottom of the 6th, and again, it feels like a huge run. In a game like this, it feels like about a 4 or 5 run lead in your, for the lack of a better word, standard run of the mill game. Into the dirt with the pitch for Aiden Ward. Ward came into the game and worked the 6th. Now working the 7th. Here's the 3-1 pitch. And it is 3-2. A reminder, we do today like we did yesterday. Cameras stay up, link stays live. Same link all day long. That's a base hit. It hugged the line and rolls into the corner. It has got Grace on his way to second, and he will get there easily. Tying run coming to the plate. Thaddeus McKinney making his way to the plate, with Mobley making his way to second to run as a courtesy for the catcher, Easton Grace. McKinney 0 for 2. Ground out in the 2nd, flew out in the 5th. One ball, 1 strike, 1 out, 1 on. Inside with the pitch to McKinney. Third baseman turned pitcher came in relief of Mordecai in the 5th inning, worked the 6th. And now at the plate in the 7th. Ground towards second. Gray not worried at the moment about the runner. Just the out, and gets the 4-3 of McKinney. And run really irrelevant. Unless, of course, another run is added to it. But you are in Sports U, a team that can concede the run to get the out. That'll go to the screen, and the run will come in. And we're back to a one-run game again. We have not seen anything leave Hill Denson Field. That is ground in the direction of third. Over to get it is Ward, and he'll throw it away on his way to second. Givens, and the tying run in scoring position. Joseph Roberts to the plate. And I'm not sure what the conversation is about. There was a little contact around first. I'm not sure if that had anything to do with Coach coming out to chat briefly with the umpire. Tying run at second. And UBOE's trying to pull off a Oregon State feat. Into the dirt and out to third will go Givens. And now that potential run is 90 feet away. Entirely different scenario. Far less comfortable. A base hit, a wild pitch, a pass ball, an error away from a tie game. Popped up. And let's see if first baseman Kuchar can get there. No. Joseph Roberts 0 for 2 in the game. He's ground out to short and third. Tying run at third in the form of Landon Givens. That is hit in the direction of center field and able to get over and make the catch. Drew Clements, that'll end the ball game. Another one-run loss for UBO East, another one-run win for Sports U. And there are your final numbers. UBO East, a couple of hits, 3 errors committed. Stranding 5, there are 2 runs, 1 in the 5th, 1 in the 7th. And for Sports U, just as many errors as hits, 5 each, stranding 3, and getting a run in the 3rd, 5th, and 6th to win it by 1. Game 1 in the books on day 2 of your showcase series at Southern Miss. Game number 2 on day 2. Slated for an 11:15 start. We should get that thing underway on time. Camera stays up. The link stays live. And we'll see you at 11:15 for more Showcase Series baseball. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. It is game number 2 of our 5-game slate, getting underway a little early. Slated for an 11:15 start, but it will kick off at 11:05. And I don't think there is nary a soul in the stadium that will complain about an early start, as that is fouled away. Unless it was the umpires, because they had a limited amount of time in between, but they're the ones that implemented the early start. So I don't think they're complaining either. Brad Chasem starting it off for Extreme Scout 19. As a strike is delivered from Caden Hutchings. Brad Chasem, the leadoff guy. Dominic Mindiani batting second for Extreme. Ty Poole, the 3-hitter. Matt Beatty is in the 4 spot. Colston Martinez hitting 5th. 6-hitter Luke Martinez. Chase Thibodeau is the 7 guy. Landon English batting 8th. Aiden Morrell 9th. And Conrad Abear, the 10-hitter for Extreme. Caden Hutchings on the hill for Florida Bama, as that one is ground foul in the direction of third. Landon Langley is behind the plate. Florida Bama's got Ethan Seals at first, Noah Miller at second. Bobby Lupola at short, and the third baseman, Dawson Knowles. In that outfield, Mason Craig is in left and right on cue. Hit to Craig, he'll make the catch. And Chasem is out number 1. And your center fielder for Florida Bama, Avon Cook. Right fielder, Connor Campbell. Dominic Mindiani followed by Ty Poole. A little bit high with a 79-mile-an-hour offering. That'll get the outside part of the plate. Count goes 2-1 on Mindiani. 83 was our game time temperature for the first game of the day. Let's see, game number 2 starts with 87. It feels like 90. UV index 8 and very high. So if you come out to the ballpark, bring something to protect. Umbrella for shade or a little copper tone. Mindiana giving a walk. And I say copper tone like I know that is a modern day sunscreen. Maybe not. I don't know if they still make sun lotion. Just when I was a kid, copper tone was the thing. Of course, when I was a kid, there were no cell phones. There were no color TVs. There was no internet. So, put everything into perspective. Ty Poole with a base runner at first. But I digress. I was giving you weather information. Air quality 73 and moderate. Winds out of the west-southwest at 8, gusting to 15. Sun sets at 8 p.m. tonight, a minute later than yesterday. Isn't like the longest day of the year coming up in the month of June? I think so. Shot over in the direction of the gap, right center field. It will one hop over the wall, a ground rule double for Ty Poole. That is the first to leave the park. Okay, it didn't do it on the fly, but it did do it on the one hop. That is as close as it has gotten. And a couple of runners in scoring position for Matt Beatty. Low and away with the pitch to Beatty. Colston Martinez to the on-deck circle. 17-mile visibility, 64% humidity. Mooning illumination at 88%. Next full moon 5 days away. Moon 251,983,000 miles away. Did I get that right? 251,983 miles away. Is that what I said? I don't listen to myself either. Popped up to the left side. Craig the catch, tagging is Mendiere, and he will come in and score, putting Extreme Scout on the board. So that is a Beatty RBI. Pull your lone runner. He's at second. 2 gone. And Colston Martinez to the plate. Luke Martinez to the on-deck circle. Temperature today is 5 degrees warmer than your typical run-of-the-mill June 7th. Time asked for by Martinez. Opening game today saw Sports U18 knock off UBO East 18 3-2. The irony to the game, it was the first 7-inning game of the weekend here at Hattiesburg, but it was the shortest game time-wise. Longest game inning-wise, shortest game time-wise. That'll go outside, and that will get pulled to third. Here is the 15th pitch of the ball game and finds the outside part of the plate from Caden Hutchings. And it is 2-1 on Martinez. Got your back-to-back Martinez, Colston, and Luke. I wonder if they are brothers. I will say yes. I mean, one's 30, one's 31, numerically. Same team. It's deductive reasoning, which is not always accurate. But I'm leaning towards kinsmanship between Colston and Luke. Low and away with a pitch and a walk given to Martinez. 2 walks now in the inning for Hutchings. Put Mendiere on, who came in and scored. And now puts Martinez on. Luke Martinez followed by Chase Thibodeau. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate. Don't forget to download the Showcase Series app, and it will tell you just about any and everything you need to know about teams, venues, schedules. Running is Martinez. Won't be a throw with a runner at third. So Martinez with a stolen base at second. Florida Bama coming into the ball game 0-1. There's a swing and a miss by Martinez, and that loss came at the hands of Sports U. They have scored 9, allowed 10. And that's important information in the event you get into a tiebreaker scenario. Extreme Scout 19's got a chance to in their pool play at 3-0. They are 2-0 coming in. Ground foul by Luke Martinez. Knocked off Mississippi Scout 16-12-4 and UBO East 7-6. They have allowed 10 runs and scored 19. Outside with a pitch to Martinez. And in looking at the standings, Extreme Scout tied with Sports U at 2-0 in Pool A. And they have allowed one less run coming into this ballgame than Sports U has. And that's a tiebreaker scenario if head-to-head doesn't work to break a tie. There's another walk, third one of the inning, and the bases are loaded. Chase Thibodeau coming to the plate. So if you are Extreme Scout, you're looking to win the game and then try to do it allowing the fewest number of runs possible. If you are Florida Bama, you only lost by a run to one of the two unbeaten teams in the pool. And you're looking to get right back into that possible championship Sunday scenario with a win here and one more win in pool play. On the outside part of the plate to Chase Thibodeau. Speaking of Thibodeau, we are in Thibodaux, Louisiana next week at Nicholls State. Little rearranging of the summer schedule. Ground to short, picked up by Lupola. Goes over to first, gets Thibodeau on the 6-3, bases left loaded, and one run scores.
Drives that in direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a mercy rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. That is shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. That is shot towards the gap.
Bottom of the first gets underway in a 1-zip ball game. Bases left loaded in the top part of the inning. And here we head to the bottom half. Mason Craig starting it off for Florida Bama. 18. Round to short, scooped up by Martinez. Goes to first. Craig out on the 6-3. Connor Campbell, the 2-hitter. Dawson Knowles batting third. Noah Miller 4th. Caden Hutchings is the 5 guy. Avon Cook hit 6th. Landon Langley 7th. Bobby Lupola in the 8th spot. And Ethan Seals hitting 9th. That is out of the park, but foul by Connor Campbell. Hunter Rogers getting the start on the hill for Extreme Scout. Behind the plate is Conrad Abear, and first Aiden Morrell. Second, Brad Chatham. Luke Martinez at short, Matt Beatty at third. Landon English in left field. Center fielder is Dominique Mendietti. And the right fielder is Colston Martinez. A little outside with a pitch to Connor Campbell. Connor Campbell given a walk. Tying run on with 1 away in the bottom of the first. Pete Taylor Park here on the campus of Southern Mississippi. First trip for the showcase to Southern Miss. And first of the week, we weren't sure it was going to happen. Kind of a bittersweet loss to Miami for Southern Miss on Monday. The winner is obviously Hattiesburg and Southern Miss not playing and hosting a super regional. The sweet was that we get to come here and play baseball. Noah Miller on deck. Base runner at first. Campbell takes off for second. Throw down, not in time. And a stolen base for Connor Campbell. That'll get into the dirt. It'll hop away from Abear and give Campbell third. So the tying run 90 feet away here in the bottom of the first. That is foul tip back into the mid of Abear, and out will go Knowles. So if this game is to be tied up in the bottom of the first, Noah Miller will have to play a role. Fouled away to the right side by Miller. Caden Hutchings to the on-deck circle. Landon English, Aiden Morrell, Conrad Bear. When we head to the second inning. And behind on the count is Miller. 85-mile-an-hour pitch from Hutchings. I think our top speed thus far in this weekend has been 89. I think we've clipped the 90 mark. Out will go Miller, left on is Campbell. Back-to-back Ks for Rogers, ending the bottom of the first. Here's the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double, the single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down at home. Landon English starting off the top of the second. Aiden Morrell and Conrad Bear. Due up in the second inning in a 1-zip ball game. Should have some college baseball to talk about. I think maybe it was the Miami-Louisville game that got underway at 10 a.m. this morning. I will go check and see. Yep, Louisville leading Miami 4-2 in the bottom of the fourth. The North Carolina-Arizona game scoreless in the bottom of the first. And then later today, Murray State Duke, West Virginia LSU, Auburn and Coastal Carolina, Tennessee Arkansas, UTSA and UCLA in a battle of the acronyms. Oregon State and Florida State too. All right, UTSA, University of Texas San Antonio, UCLA, something of Los Angeles. Picked up at third by Knowles, goes over to first, gets the out of English. University College of Los Angeles. You know, I've been saying UCLA, off and on practically all of my life. And have I ever gone to see University of California, Los Angeles? Okay, I did know that. Wouldn't I look more intelligent if I looked it up first and then said versus saying and then looking up? Probably, but it would be far less accurate as far as a gauge for my intellect. Popped up behind the plate. it, and it'll hop out of the mid of Langley. As often as we see that, that's got to be a very difficult catch for the catcher. And obviously they are working with a mitt that is not conducive to those high poppers like a fielder's glove. Aiden Morrell with one away. Here's the Hutchings offering. That's another one popped up. And another opportunity for Langley. This one he will catch. And there's two gone for Conrad Hebert. Top of the order, Brad Chasem to the on-deck circle. First Major League Baseball today gets underway at 12:10. So nothing to talk about yet in the majors. Cubs and Tigers will get that game underway at 12:10. No NBA until tomorrow night and no WNBA until 2 o'clock this afternoon. Just a smidge outside with the pitch to Conrad Hebert. Two balls, one strike, nobody on in the top of the second. 78-mile-an-hour pitch, got the outside part of the plate. Hutchings, Cook, and Langley in the bottom of the second. Into the stands and fouled away. Capacity here, 5,300. Southern Miss hosted Ole Miss in 2022, and 6,300 showed up to watch. That is popped up. Right side, coming in to make the catch is Connor Campbell. 3 up, 3 down in the top of the second. We go to the bottom of the inning, mid part of the Florida-Bama 18 order.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area, right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Bottom of the second, Caden Hutchings starts it. Eamon Cook and Landon Langley due up in the inning as well. Hunter Rogers getting his second inning of work in. That is driven to center field, but right to Dominic Mendiatti. Don't forget about downloading the Showcase Series app. I mention it every game, but for good reason. It is such a great tool for keeping up with everything that is Showcase Series related. You got scores from yesterday. You got schedules for today. You've got a look at all of the tournaments coming up. And so much more. You got the tournament rules. I mean, that's some great information to have. Into left field, that'll be a base hit for Eamon Cook. And Florida Bama with their first base hit of the ball game here in the bottom of the second. Tournament rules and formats. It's all there. You want to know about mercy rules? 12 after 3, 10 after 4, 8 after 5. We haven't had any of that. Every game we've had went 7 or an hour 50. And most went the hour 50. One went beyond because it is not a drop dead 150. Stolen base for Eamon Cook. And also an explanation for the tiebreakers. It is all there. Information on gate fee and concessions. On ground rules. And information on live streaming. All available through the Showcase Series app, which is available for download wherever you download your apps. .84-mile-an-hour pitch from Hunter Rogers. Consistently one of the top speeds thus far here at Southern Miss, as you got a walk given to Langley. So that'll be the second Rogers walk. And a couple of base runners on for Bobby Lupola. Ethan Seals is on deck. Tying run at second, go ahead run at first. In the third inning for Extreme, top of the order starts it off. Little grounder that could be problematic. Picked up by Knowles, won't make a throw. And it's loaded for Florida Bama. Second hit in the inning and game for Florida Bama. And it is full for Ethan Seals. Top of the order, Mason Craig to the on-deck circle. Florida Bama trying to tie it here in the bottom of the second. I mentioned that 6,300 that showed up for a 5,300 seat venue. Got a feeling that the bulk of the extra 1,000 were beyond the wall in right field. There's kind of a natural rise beyond the wall. Maybe they brought in some excess bleachers. And I could see you seating another 1,000 over in that vicinity. One ball, couple of strikes on Ethan Seals. Swing, a miss, 2 gone. And Hunter Rogers picks up his 3rd strikeout of the game. Top of the order, Mason Craig stepping in. Pops it up right side. I'm not sure that was Mason Craig. I'm seeing some different numbers pop up. And that particular jersey had no numbers. But it's a fly out, and you've got 3 stranded as we go to the top of the 3rd.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
Top of the order, top of the 3rd, Brad Chasem starting in, Dominic Mindiani and Ty Poole due up in the inning as well. A reminder to subscribe to our YouTube channel. A mere click of that subscribe button gets you signed up. It's not a long process. 3 to 5 seconds. And we're trying to get to 6,700. Looks like we picked up about 4 this morning. So 16 away now from that 6,700 we'd like to get this weekend. Or today. You don't have to wait till tomorrow. Trying to grow our little community. into a big community. On the outside part of the plate to chase him, who flew out to left field in the first. Dominique Mendieti on deck. We'll see who comes to the plate for Florida Bama in the bottom of the third. It did not look like Mason Craig. Nor did it look like Connor Campbell. But we will see. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate to Brad Chatham. And there's one out for Dominique Mendieti. Mendieti with a walk and a run scored in the first. He has played the only run of the game thus far. Came in on a Matt Beatty sacrifice fly. Back at the plate here in the top of the third. Outside with the Hutchings pitch. 2 balls, no strikes. That is fouled off as Mendieti ducked to try to get out of the way and hit his bat on the shoulder. Ty Poole to the on-deck circle, low and away with a pitch and the walk given by Hutchings. That is the 4th walk of the game, first in the inning. He walked 3 in the first. And now walks Mendieti in the third as Ty Poole comes to the plate. Poole with a double in the second. I make that in the first. It was a ground rule double. One hopped over the wall around the 365 mark. That is a high fly ball in the direction of center field, and that's going to drop in as a base hit. Avon Cook did not get a particularly good jump on it. And then I'm not sure if he knew where it was. And it will drop, and Ty Poole's on. Mendieti moves to second. Couple of runners aboard for Matt Beatty. Beatty has driven in the only run of the game thus far. It was his sac fly that brought in Mendieti in the first. Colston Martinez on deck. Strike on the outside part of the plate at 67 miles an hour from Hutchings. On the inside part of the plate, a couple of off speeds finding the strike zone. And it is 0-2 on Beatty. 4 games tomorrow. And it all starts at 9 o'clock. There is some rain in the forecast on Sunday in Hattiesburg. When I checked yesterday, it indicated the rain would come after 6 p.m. As that is popped up. Back towards the screen and out of play. Well, the threat of rain is increased from 45 to 50% tomorrow, but it still says the rain comes after 6 p.m., actually a little later in the day, 7 or 7:30. Colston Martinez on deck. Let's hope that it is accurate, that forecast of rain on Sunday after about 7 o'clock. Our last game of the day, slated to begin around 3:45. We should be packed up and headed home by 7. Ground to short, fielded by Lupola, and then bobbles it. And the bases are loaded for the second time in 3 innings. So the Lupola error has base runners at first, second, and third. Colston Martinez to the plate. That is fouled off of Martinez. Florida Bama would love to turn the double play, get out of the top part of the third. You know that's not exactly how Extreme Scout would like it to happen. They want to get some runs out of this bases loaded scenario. Outside to Martinez. First of about 10 weeks with the showcase for us. And then looking forward to the possibility of some fall ball. Fall ball a little different. 2 days, not 3. And I guess that's the biggest part of the little different, except that the fall ball season isn't as long as the summer ball. Summer ball 10 weeks, fall ball about 5, maybe 6. Summer ball Friday through Sunday, fall Saturday and Sunday. Colston Martinez with the bases loaded. That is lined to second, fielded by Miller, and he'll go over to second to get the double play and the put out of Poole. So Florida Bama gets out of a jam. Extreme Scout goes scoreless in the top of the third.
Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit UnitedBaseball.org and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always on you.
Bottom of the third gets underway. It's the 2, 3, and 4 spots in the order. Campbell, Knowles, and Miller. As you got a swing and a miss by Connor Campbell, who walked and stole a base, got the third in the first, and was left there. Chops of that one comes up empty, and picking up K number 1, 2, 3, 4 in the game is Hunter Rogers. I'm thinking our most prolific striker honor this weekend here was 5. Dawson Knowles struck out in the first. Noah Miller moving to the on-deck circle. One out, nobody aboard, bottom of the third. That is slapped in the direction of right field. It's right to Colston Martinez. And there is 2 away. Noah Miller next. Caden Hutchings moving to the on-deck circle. And if you are curious about time, still less than an hour in. Haven't quite hit the 1 hour mark. It's a base rip into left field by Noah Miller. Third hit of the game for Florida Bama, 18, and it'll be turned into 2 by Noah Miller. Made the turn at first and never hesitated. Was thinking 2 all the way. So the tying run in scoring position with 2 gone. And Caden Hutchings coming to the plate. Check swing and hops out of the mid of A-Bear. Goes to the screen and Miller takes third. And there have been opportunities for Florida Bama to get that tying run in. As a matter of fact, every inning thus far in the game, Florida Bama has had a runner at third. Had Campbell at third in the first, Cook at third in the second, and now Miller at third in the third. So the problem hasn't been getting a runner to third, it's been getting a runner home. Hutchings trying to bring in that run. Shoots up the middle. There's a base hit, and in comes Miller. And we are knotted up at 1. RBI single from Caden Hutchings. And a runner coming in for Hutchings. The pitcher, I think that is Connor Campbell. The numbers don't correspond with the roster numbers, but I believe that's who's running over at first. And is popped up by Cook in the direction of right field on the run. It will sail over the head of Martinez. One hop the wall. And let's see where they put runners. I know Cook will be at second as Hutchings runner Campbell get home. Nope, he will go back to third. Second ground rule double of the game. And Landon Langley coming to the plate. Outside with a pitch to Langley. And now Florida-Bama poised to take the lead. Tying it up with 2 gone and a base runner coming in. Now trying to take the lead here in the bottom part of the 3rd. And right at an hour in. Unofficially, I had it starting at 11:05. And it is 12:02. Landon Langley with a walk in the 2nd. And that one will hit Langley and send him down to first. He is not particularly happy. Happy with the trip, not happy with how he got there. And it is loaded. Let's see who will run for Langley. I believe that is Aiden Bramlett running over at first for Langley. Bobby Lupola with a single in the 2nd, coming to the plate in the 3rd. Florida-Bama left the bases loaded in the 2nd. Their preference would be to not do the same here in the 3rd. Extreme would be delighted to leave it loaded again. Ethan Seals on deck. That'll get away from Bear. Here comes Campbell in from 3rd. And Florida-Bama's got the lead. They're first of the game in the bottom of the 3rd. Well, it was on the roof, and you hear it come clanging back down into the stands. Polo with a swing and miss. He will go down, a strikeout victim. 2 are stranded, 2 are in. And the lead is 1. It now belongs to Florida-Bama.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Luke Martinez starting off the fourth. Chase Thibodeau and Landon English. 2 up in the inning, 2 runs played in the bottom of the third. Off a couple of doubles and a single. Throwing a wild pitch. In an RBI, and you got a 2-1 lead that belongs to Florida Bama. Martinez grounding into the 6-3. 1 away for Chase Thibodeau. Extreme Scout trying to remain unbeaten. Finished pool play at 3-0. Florida Bama trying to even up their pool play record to 1-1. Thibodeau ground into a 6-3 in the first. Landon English moving to the on-deck circle. Popped high into the air, foul territory. And coming over to make the catch. That is, well, it's a new number, 25. Previously at first, it was Ethan Seals, but I believe that is Jordan Hawkins making the catch. Landon English with 2 gone. Bottom and top of the order when you get to the bottom of the fourth. 9-1-2 for Florida Bama 18. Low and away with the pitch to English, who ground into a 5-3. He was the first out in the second inning. Trying to avoid becoming the last out in the fourth. Sends it to center field, and a running catch made. Shoelace high. Eamon Cook able to bring it in for out number 3. 3 up, 3 down, 4 in a row now. Retired by Hutchings as we head to the bottom of the fourth. Just about all Wayne Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it. Bottom of the fourth, Ethan Seals will start it off. Mason Craig and Connor Campbell due up in the inning as well. New pitcher on the hill is Connor Rosenberg. Rosenberg relieving Hunter Rogers after Rogers worked 3 innings. And is sliced foul. Rogers facing 17. Struck out 5, walked 2, gave up 5 hits, 2 runs, and hit 1. And hands it over to Rosenberg. After we wrap up our work with the showcase tomorrow, got the ALA BCA showcase coming up on Tuesday and Wednesday from Troy University in Troy, Alabama. From one Sun Belt Conference baseball stadium to another. And then next week, we stay at Troy and also go to Thibodeau and Nicholls State. Trying to hold up on the swing with Seals and couldn't. One out from the top of the order, Mason Craig. Our trip to Nicholls State, I think, is the second time in about 4 years, maybe 3 years. I've been there before, but it's been a while. Popped up to the right side, and Martinez will make the catch. Mason Craig out number 2. And that's got Connor Campbell coming to the plate. Campbell has walked and struck out. Dawson Knowles moving to the on-deck circle. Campbell's walk came in the first. He stole a base, got the third. His strikeout came in the third. Chop towards second. Fielding is Chasem. Underhands to first. And 1-2-3 goes Florida Bama in the fourth.
Drives that in the direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a mercy rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. And a shot towards the gap.
Top of the fifth, Aiden Morrell starts it. Conrad Abear and Brad Chatham facing a Caden Hutchings who has worked his way into the fifth. Offers a 79-mile-an-hour pitch to Morrell, who swings on it and misses. 24 teams in all playing here in 4 different locations. And all hoping to get here on Sunday. Fouled away by Morrell. Got the 18U and the 16U championship here at 1:30 and 3:45 on Sunday. The 18Us play the early game, the 1:30 championship. 16Us play the later game, the 3:45 matchup. And it'll be the first in the 2 pools battling it out. So since you've got these large pools, there's a possibility that head-to-head doesn't break a tie. That's why it behooves to try to keep the other team from scoring, because those runs allowed is the first of the tiebreakers beyond the head-to-head. Fouled back by Morrell. And then if that runs allowed does not break the tie, then you go to runs scored. And I guess if runs scored didn't do it, you might eventually wind up with a coin toss. That is a high fly ball ripped in the direction of left field, but able to get back in front of the warning track is Mason Craig and make the catch. We haven't had anything leave the park or really even look like it was going to leave the park. But that one kind of had a leave the park feel. But Craig able to get to it, make the catch, and deny Morrell. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate to Conrad Abear. Into the dirt, a little bit outside with the pitch, and the count is even at 1. Brad Chatham to the on-deck circle. High and inside. Two balls, one strike. Bottom of the fifth, 3, 4, and 5 in the Florida-Bama order. As that is popped up, shallow left. And onto the grass to make the catch is Bobby Lupola. Brad Chatham next. Chatham with a fly out to left and a strikeout 0 for 2 in the game. On the outside part of the plate with the pitch to Chatham. A lot of baseball this summer here on JockJive. Obviously working with the showcase. I mentioned the ALA-BCA. Also got World Series events this summer with Cal Ripken in Branson, Missouri, with Babe Ruth in Jamestown, New York, and with Dixie Baseball right back here in Hattiesburg. just across the way, as a matter of fact. Stopped by and did a site review on Thursday. And before you know it, we'll be into the football season. I think that caught the mitt of Hutchings and finds its way into center field. 2-out Chasen base hit. And a runner aboard for Dominic Mendietti. Mendietti with a couple of walks. Walked in the first and third, back to the plate in the fifth. Ty Poole moving to the on-deck circle. Knowles, Miller, and Hutchings in the bottom of the fifth for Florida Bama. .74 pitches now from Caden Hutchings. Running is Chasen, and he'll be in with a stolen base at second. Extreme Scout trying to tie the game up with 2 gone. That's how Florida Bama took the lead. They did it with 2 gone. And as a matter of fact, both of the Florida Bama runs came with 2 gone. Three and one on Mendietti. A little bit outside with a pitch and the walk given to Mendietti. And that's going to do it for Hutchings, who will end after 76 tosses from the bump. A new pitcher, a new hitter. When we come back, Ty Poole will face somebody. We'll find out who when we return to Hattiesburg.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Throw down the second, trying to get Mindiani, and that will wind up in shallow center, allowing Chatham to come in and tie the game at 2. And it happens on the first pitch from new pitcher Aiden Bramlett. That is popped up to the right side, out of play. Mindiani going over to third. And that is popped up by Ty Poole on the infield. Catch made at third by Dawson Knowles. But Extreme Scout is knotting it up. They left a runner on, but got a 2-out run from Brad Chatham. And we're tied at 2 going to the bottom of the 5th. Is the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double, the single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down at home. Bottom of the 5th gets underway. Dawson Knowles will start it. Noah Miller and Caden Hutchings due up in the inning as well. Dropped into center field, leadoff base hit for Dawson Knowles. That'll be the 6th hit of the ball game for Florida-Bama. And the potential tie-breaking run on as Noah Miller makes his way to the plate. Caden Hutchings to the on-deck circle. A little bit outside with a pitch to Noah Miller. Miller with a strikeout in the first, doubled and scored a run in the third. Back to the plate here in the bottom of the 5th in a 2-2 ball game. Game just got tied up in the top part of the inning, and now Florida-Bama would like to untie this nada as it is popped up by Miller on the infield at second. Catch made by Brad Chatham. One away for Caden Hutchings. Hutchings with a fly out to center field and a single. The single drove in a run. And he scored a run too. So he has played a role in both Florida-Bama runs. There is the double play. Hutchings grounding out the short. Martinez stepping on the bag and then firing over to first. And we have played 5 going to the 6th in a 2-2 game.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area, right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Top of the 6th gets underway. This likely is it for the ball game. We are nearing that 1 hour and 50-minute time limit, currently unofficially at 1 hour and 36, leaving about 14 unofficial minutes in your 1 hour 50-minute time limit. Matt Beatty starts it. Colton Martinez and Luke Martinez due up in the inning as well. Count goes to 2-1 on Beatty, who's got an RBI on a sacrifice and also reached on the game's lone error. A little bit high with a Bramlett pitch. Next game slated for a 1:30 start. Nice play at third by Knowles. And a pretty nice dig on the receiving end. And on that receiving end, Jordan Hawkins. So one away on the 5-3, Colston Martinez with a swing and miss. Martinez with a walk and a line out this second, 0 for 1. And hit by the pitch. That'll be the first hit by a Florida Bama pitcher. Caden Hutchings worked 4 2/3 innings and did not pop anybody. By the way, those Hutchings numbers, 4 2/3 innings work, 22 faced, a strikeout, 5 walks, 3 hits, 2 runs. And handed it over to Bramlett, who worked the last third of the 5th. Now working the 6th. Luke Martinez taking a pitch low and away. That was an 85-mile-an-hour pitch, 73 there. Florida Bama pitchers have now thrown 86 tosses. Obviously, the bulk of those from Hutchings. Hit batsman and a walk. Couple of runners on here in the top of the 6th. And that's got Chase Thibodeau coming to the plate. Thibodeau 0 for 2. He is ground out to short, popped out to first. Landon English to the on-deck circle. That is a little bit outside. Ball 1 to Thibodeau. That's into left field, base hit for Thibodeau. Martinez given the green light to come home, and Martinez will go to third. And now the other Martinez home, throw to second, winds up in center field. Here comes Thibodeau to third. Takes the big turn, and how about another throwaway? Almost into the dugout. And the run will come on in. So not an almost, but is. And wow, what an at-bat for Thibodeau. It had so many variables, including a hit, some errors, but most importantly, some runs. 3 total. And it was a comedy of miscues that wasn't particularly funny. 3 errors mixed in. And the base is cleared. Fouled off by Landon English. And that one will nibble the shoulder of Landon English. Aiden Morrell coming to the plate. And the wheels have wobbled a little bit here in the top of the 6th. Outside with the offering to Morrell. Morrell 0 for 2 in the game, has popped out twice. Once behind the plate, once to left field. English with his lead at first. Outside with the Bramlett pitch. And you can almost see the frustration from Bramlett in the body language. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate. Conrad Hebert to the on-deck circle, bottom of the inning, Cook, Langley, and Lupola for Florida Bama. High inside pitch, walk given to Morrell. And here comes Coach. Let's see if it is to get Bramlett. And apparently so. I believe the coach just indicated he's got a guy in the pen. I make that in the dugout who's been in the pen, who's about to go to the hill.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Popped up to the left side, a fly out by Conrad Abear. And the new pitcher, by the way, is not Ethan Seals. Seals was called out of the dugout to go back to first. And instead it is Jordan Hawkins who is on the hill. And is popped up over into foul territory, and Seals able to make the catch, and out will go chase him. So Jordan Hawkins moves to the pump and quickly gets two and sends us to the bottom of the sixth.
Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit UnitedBaseball.org and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always
bottom of the sixth. Connor Rosenberg, who came into the ball game in the fourth, worked the fourth and fifth. Now will work the sixth. Delivers with a strike to Avon Cook to begin the bottom of the inning. Florida Bama looking for at least 3 to tie and 4 to win. We're not going to the seventh. Feel pretty confident in saying, as we are now at an hour 49 unofficially into the game. So the bottom of the sixth will do it. And for Florida Bama, it's do or die. Trying to avoid falling to 0-2 in the pool, which would take you out of the running for Championship Sunday. Extreme Scout trying to wrap it up at 3-0. Swing into the dirt with a pitch. Throw down to first has got the out. Landon Langley to the plate. Bobby Lupola to the on-deck circle. Coming up next, it is a 1:30 matchup between Extreme 16 and Gulf Coast Pelicans 16. That's a base hit in the left field. Pretty good looking one, too. Extra bases and rolls into the corner. And Langley will make his way to second with a stand-up double. So Florida Bama not calling it quits yet. And we will get a runner for the catcher, Langley. That is Avon Cook, who comes in to run. Got a 3:45 game between Mississippi 16 and Florida Bama 16, and the nightcap tonight starts at 6 with UBO Henry. As that'll drop into right field. Throw coming to the plate and able to get in safely is Avon Cook. Bobby Lopolo with an RBI single. That is the first non-two-out run for Florida Bama. Their first 2 runs of the game came with 2 gone. I'm not sure I got everything out about the 6 p.m. game tonight. UBO Henry and Florida Bama Scouts 16 in the last game of the day today. Ethan Seals with a runner at first and 1 away. Seals has struck out twice, but he will drive this one down the line into right field. That is a base hit that's got maybe 2 written on it. Let's see, throw going to second and able to get in safely is Ethan Seals. Almost a nifty tag by Martinez. And you got a couple of base runners in scoring position, meaning a base hit could tie it up. Mason Craig to the plate. And that'll be caught in right field. Martinez fielding and now rushing, forcing Lupola to take off. I guess not rushing, but Seals. I guess Seals didn't know Lupola stayed at third. And he tagged out up to go to third, and Lupola was there going, well, where do I go? Got to try to go home. And then that leads to confusion and leads to an out and the double play and the ball game. And this one now final. And we can bring up the break board and give you the final touches on the second game on the second day. Florida Bama out hitting by 2. I mean, twice as many hits as Extreme Scout. But needed 2 more runs. 9 hits, 3 errors committed. A total of 7 stranded by Florida Bama. They got a couple of runs in the third and added a run in the 6th. The Extreme Scout goes 3-0 in pool play. Finishing with 4 hits, no errors, 8 left on, 5 runs plating. Got a run in the first, a run in the 5th, and 3 runs in the 6th. And our second game of the day done. Game 3's got a 1:30 start. We'll keep the cameras up, we'll link live, and see you then on JockJive. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Game number 3 on day number 2. And midway through this game, we are midway through your Saturday of baseball. Popped up out of play by Mike Mosley. In the stands, the Extreme 16 and Gulf Coast Pelicans 16. Taking a look at that offensive lineup for Extreme 16. One-hitter Mike Mosley. Knox Dose is the two-hitter. Kyson Rodriguez in the 3 spot. Tatum Miller hits 4th. Connor Wallace 5th. Cole McGee in the 6 hole. Landon Hornberger is the 7 hitter. 8 guy Matthew Evans. Bo LaBeouf is the 9 hitter. And Jackson, I'm going to say Fry. F-R-E-Y. I know Glenn Fry. Well, I don't know him, but you know Glenn Fry of the Eagles. His last name spelled F-R-E-Y, and he pronounced it Fry. I have a friend that's the coach, assistant coach there at New Mexico State. His last name is F-R-E-Y, and he pronounces it Fry. But I'm going to go with Fry for the 10-hitter for Extreme 16 in Jackson. Fry. Popped up by Mosley in the direction of center. It'll drop in as a base hit. And a base runner aboard for Knox Dose. Caleb Johnson on the hill for the Pelicans. Behind the plate is Herbie Ross, first baseman Diego Rodriguez Mundo. Rudy Saunders is at second. The shortstop is Diego Perez, and at third, Noah Wheeler. And the Gulf Coast Pelican outfield has got Cadence Ellis in left. Center fielder is Tommy Rubblefields. And the right fielder, Jesse McNeil. A little bit outside with a pitch to Knox Dose. Couple of games preceding this one. And in those 2 prior games, a Sports U 18 3-2 win over UBO East 18. And an Extreme Scout 19 5-3 win over Florida Bama 18. This game getting an approximately 124 start. So a few minutes ahead of schedule. And we like that. We like those ahead of schedule games. Mosley taking off for second in with a stolen base. Which means if we go the 1 hour and 50 minutes, then we are taking this thing to about 4:14. Is that right? No, 3:14. Have I ever mentioned how suspect my math skills are? They are very limited, kind of like most of my skills. Extremely limited. But yeah, 3:14 would be an hour and 50 minutes from a 124 start. Base runner at second. That is fouled away by Dose. Still putting the finishing touches on information in my scorebook. So thus the moments of silence in between my, would it be called drivel? That's a base hit. Trying to make the diving catch in right field is J.C. McNeil and Dose delivering. And it will bring in Mosley on his way to third, and safely there is Dose. A double, and the throw to the plate sends him to third. So one in, one on, and Kyson Rodriguez coming to the plate. Rodriguez with a runner 90 feet away, Dose at third. That is ground to short, picked up by Perez, goes to first with a throw. Gets the out of Rodriguez, but a productive out that brings in Dose. The base is cleared, 2 in and 1 gone. Tatum Miller headed to the plate. Swing and a miss by Miller. On the inside part of the plate, 72-mile-an-hour offering. 1 ball, couple of strikes. Connor Wallace moving to the on-deck circle. A little bit inside with the pitch by Pelican pitcher Caleb Johnson. Who, by the way, have got a legendary coach. As this is popped up on the infield. And over at first, the catch will be made by Diego Rodriguez Mundo. One Daniel Ballard, the tournament director, is coaching the Gulf Coast Pelicans today. So how can they go wrong? How can they lose, right, with Daniel Ballard as coach? Into the dirt with a pitch to Connor Wallace. One game thus far of the now, 7, I think, that have been played. With the full 7, it was the opening game today. And as I mentioned earlier, the interesting thing about that long game to go 7 was the shortest game, time-wise. Took about an hour 42 to complete. Everything else has gone the 1 hour 50 minutes. The one thing we have not had, and typically in a tournament you get a variety of stuff, one hop to Johnson and Wallace grounding into the 1-3. Haven't had a mercy rule game. Could this be the one? You never know. Extreme 16 out to a 2-0 lead to start it, though.
frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Excellent play coming off the hill by Cohen Cure to make sure that Diego Perez does not reach on the bunt. Laying down a good-looking shot down the line, but played by Cure off the bump. And there's a pitch in and out here at the bottom of the first. Jesse McNeil, followed by Eli Wiggins, taking a look at that lineup for the Pelicans. One guy, Diego Perez. McNeil, the hitter, is the two-hitter. Eli Wiggins, the EH, hitting third. Diego Rodriguez Mundo, the four guy. Herbie Ross batting fifth. Noah Wheeler, sixth. As hit by the pitch is McNeil. And he will go down to first. Bringing Eli Wiggins to the plate. Cadence Ellis in the 7 hole. 8 hitter is Caleb Johnson. Tommy Rubel Fields hitting 9th. And Rudy Sowers is the 10 hitter. Cohen Cure on the hill for Extreme 16. As that is thrown away, and we'll have McNeil on his way to third. "90 feet away from cutting the lead in half." As McNeil will go from corner to corner. The rest of the defense behind the plate is Kyson Rodriguez for Extreme. Popped up on the infield and coming over from third and dropped by Matthew Evans. So an E1 and an E5 contributing to runners and their location. And Diego Rodriguez Mundo stepping in with a couple of runners on. Knox Dose behind the plate. Bo LeBoeuf is at first for Extreme 16. Kyson Rodriguez at second. The shortstop is Mike Mosley. Third baseman Matthew Evans in the outfield. Landon Hornberger in left. Center fielder was Connor Wallace. And the right fielder Jackson Fry. Stolen base by Wiggins, and you got a couple of base runners in scoring position for Rodriguez Mundo. And Dose says, I need to go out and talk to Kieran. So the two will converse briefly. Just want to make sure they're on the same page. Extreme Scout, I make that Extreme 16. and 1 in their lone outing, tied Florida-Bama 16, 3-3. So obviously they have allowed as many runs as they have scored. 3. There was a walk handed to Diego Rodriguez Mundo. And the Pelicans will load it up in the bottom of the first. Pelicans come in with an 0-2 mark, having lost to the Blue Jays 16-11-1 and to the Mississippi 16-16-5. So this is the end of the road for the Pelicans, and they would love to go away with a win. Don't want to leave Hattiesburg winless. That is sent in the direction of right field, drops just a little bit foul for Herbie Ross. And we'll hop out of the mint of Dose, roll a little bit towards first, but not far enough to convince anybody to come home. And it's all predicated for the Pelicans on McNeil. If he stays put, Wiggins and Mundo have to as well. Strike 3 on the outside part of the plate to Herbie Ross. And there is 2 away for Noah Wheeler. Well, I'm on a very important Google mission. Is Herbie a nickname? Yes, from Herbert. Why did that strike me? I do not know. I have no idea why these thoughts pop into the head. Over and goes to Evans at third. He'll whip it over to first. Too tall with a toss. In to score is McNeil. Wiggins will too. Mundo goes to third and Wheeler is at first. And we've got a tie game at 2. Caden Ellis coming to the plate. A little ahead of the pitch is Ellis. Caleb Johnson to the on-deck circle. Top of the second. Extreme's got 6, 7, and 8 coming to the plate. But is it just me when you hear the name Herbie? I think of a love bug. the movie about the Volkswagen Beetle from, back in the 70s? And his ground foul in the direction of first. Two-two ball game here in the bottom of the first. A game that began at 1:24. We are looking at about a 30-minute first inning. Which, if we continue with that pace, may mean we don't get particularly deep into the game, inning-wise. Fouled away by Cadence Ellis. According to our plethora of data on the scoreboard here at Hill Denson Field, that is pitch number 21 in the inning for Cohen Cure. Popped up, and coming in from third is Evans to make the catch. Ellis will fly out, leaving a couple of runners on, but 2 runs are in. We've got a tie game at 2 going to inning 2.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area, right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Top of the second, Cole McGee starts in, Landon Hornberger and Matthew Evans. Coming up in the inning 2, a little overcast on a Saturday afternoon. Not supposed to get particularly overcast today. Supposed to have maybe some rain tomorrow evening. And as I mentioned in the opening game today, sometimes the meteorologists and Mama Nature are not on the same page. But let's hope there is no precip on its way today. And let's hope the same for tomorrow. Cole McGee, the extra hitter, starting it off in the second. On the outside part of the plate with a 67-mile-an-hour Johnson pitch. Just a little bit outside with the offering. 2 runs played to the bottom of the first off 3 extreme 16 errors. And a leadoff walk given to McGee. Landon Hornberger coming to the plate. Matthew Evans to the on-deck circle. Swing and a miss by Hornberger. Well, let's see what's going on elsewhere. College baseball got some finals, or a final. Miami has beaten Louisville 9-6. So that series tied up. Stolen base for McGee in scoring position. As Extreme 16 tries to reclaim the lead here in the top of the second. North Carolina with an 8-6 lead over Arizona, bottom of the seventh. Duke leads Murray State 5-2, bottom of the fifth. And West Virginia in Baton Rouge with a 1-zip lead in the top of the third over LSU. That is a base hit into left field for Landon Hornberger. Third hit of the game for Extreme, and a couple of runners are on. And then later on, you've got Auburn and Coastal Carolina, Tennessee, Arkansas, University of Texas, San Antonio, and the University of California, Los Angeles, UTSA and UCLA, and Oregon State and Florida State coming up. Hornberger taking off for second there safely. And a Matthew Evans base hit likely brings in two. Bo LeBeouf to the on-deck circle. Major League Baseball, D-backs and Reds tied at 3 in the top of the ninth. How do you do that with a game that started only an hour or so ago? Well, because it was the resumption of a game that was suspended yesterday. Cubs 6-1 over the Tigers, top of the 8th. Blue Jays 2-0 over the Twins, bottom of 3. As a walk is given to Evans and the bases are loaded. So Caleb Johnson getting a visit from Daniel Ballard, tournament director / coach for the Gulf Coast Pelicans 16 on this particular weekend. Not his regular job, but the Pelicans coach could not be here, so he is. And addressing Caleb Johnson with the bases loaded. Nobody gone in the top of the second. And of course, Daniel Ballard's other job is the assistant coach at South Walton, where I think he also teaches. I cannot remember what subject it is that he teaches at South Walton. South Walton's had some pretty good baseball years. Both this year and last year went to the championship game only to lose by a single run this year. But, man, if you can get there. Fouled away by LeBeouf. Jackson Fry to the on-deck circle. So I would say Daniel's got some pretty good baseball credentials. One other MLB game, Dodgers and Cards, scoreless in the top of the third. Won't have any more NBA until we've wrapped up play here. Next NBA game is slated for tomorrow night at 7. Both with a swing and miss. You have some WNBA, though. Aces and Valkyries starting play at 2 o'clock this afternoon. So we're 5 minutes from tip. Speaking of tip, that is foul tip by LeBouf. Bases loaded, top of the second. Low and away with a 70-mile-an-hour pitch from Johnson. And an even count at 2. Swing a miss, out goes LeBouf. And Caleb Johnson will pick up his first strikeout of the game. Jackson Fry is next. Mike Mosley moving to the on-deck circle. Bottom part of the order, when you get to the bottom of the second, Gulf Coast Pelicans will send Caleb Johnson, Tommy Rubblefields, and Rudy Sowers to the plate. There's one of those, I didn't mean to, swings from Fry. That was the 40th Caleb Johnson pitch of the game. Into the dirt with the offering. Caleb Johnson, by the way, will become Caleb Johnson the hitter. When we get to the bottom part of the second, he's the gentleman that will start things off. High and away with a pitch, 3-1. And Johnson a pitch outside of the strike zone away from walking in a run. McGee over at third. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate. Pete Taylor Park. Home to the Golden Eagles. As that is outside. Ball 4 and a walk and a run. McGee coming in from third and the lead now. 2-2 tie broken. All on the bases loaded walk. Mike Mosley, who singled, stole a base, and scored a run in the first, back to the plate here in the second. Do not forget, by the way, to download that Showcase Series app. I know you want to keep up with everything that is Showcase Series related, and it is the premier tool for doing so. On the outside part of the plate with a pitch to Mosley. Knocks Dose to the on-deck circle. There is our church bell that rings at the top of every hour from the nearby Catholic church. Should get 2 dings. There's one And there is a dinger into left field. Mosley driving in Hornberger. And the base is still loaded for Knox Dose. Kyson Rodriguez to the on-deck circle. A little bit high with the pitch from Caleb Johnson, who is creeping up on his 50th pitch. That is fouled away for pitch number 49. So here is the 50th pitch from Caleb Johnson. And we are here just an out into the top of the second. Dose with a double that drove in a run, scored a run as well in the first inning. He was the man in the first and accounted for the runs. Drove in one and scored the other. High pitch going to the screen. Here comes Evans from third. He'll come in to score. Kyson Rodriguez to the on-deck circle. 1 out, 2 aboard, 3 in. We enter the second in a 2-2 game. It is ground in the direction of third, and that will roll foul. Well, the other assignment, I mentioned the fact that you need to download the Showcase Series app. Now, none of these are mandatory, just requested. But the other assignment would be to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Trying to get to 6,700 before the end of the weekend. Heck, I'd prefer 6,700 by the end of the day. And we need 15. We're at 6,685. What's it take to sign up? Just a mere click of the mouse. That's it. Not a thing more. Nary anything else. Outside to Dose. So you are watching on YouTube. Even if you go to our website or go to the Showcase Series website, it's still a YouTube media player. As the walk is given to Dose and the bases are full again. And when you sign up, you make us happy. You get access to games, shows, highlights, conversations, and more. On the inside part of the plate, Kyson Rodriguez. You can get those alerts when a link goes live, so you don't have to just sit there and wait. Lifted in the direction of center field, and that will sail over the head of Tommy Rubble Fields. Fry will come in to score. Mosley will come in to score. Dose goes to third, and Rodriguez winds up at second. So 2 more runs in. And it becomes a 7-2 game. As Fry and Mosley scored, Dose and Rodriguez on. Tatum Miller coming to the plate. And Connor Wallace to the on-deck circle. Tatum Miller with a fly out to first in the first. 0 for 1 in the ball game. That's high and inside. It was 2-2 coming into the inning. It is 7-2 now. 5 runs have plated. Two more games to go. A 3:45 and a 6 p.m. game. Then we start thinking about Championship Sunday. Fouled away by Tatum Miller. Miller was the second out in the first inning when he flew out to first. Strike 3 on the inside part of the plate, and out will go Tatum Miller. Caleb Johnson picking up his second strikeout of the game and of the inning. And there is 2 away for Connor Wallace. Cole McGee, the guy who started off the inning, is next and is wrapped up the middle. That'll be a base hit for Wallace. It'll bring in Dose and Rodriguez. Throw coming to the plate, and that will allow Wallace to go to second. So a couple of RBIs and a runner in scoring position for the guy who began the inning, Cole McGee. And McGee started it off with a walk. Stole a base and scored a run. Off and running is Wallace, and he'll be safely at third with a stolen base. "90 feet away from becoming potentially the 8th run of the inning and the 10th of the game. Swing and a miss by Cole McGee. Landon Hornberger is on deck. And that pitch total now over the course of not quite 2 innings, creeping up on 70 for Caleb Johnson. Count runs full at 3-2. Inside with a pitch and a walk given to McGee. So 2 trips to the plate. They both came in this inning, and both were walks to McGee. And a second visit of Daniel Ballard, and that's going to be it for Caleb Johnson. New pitcher coming in. The new guy in the Johnson numbers when we return.
frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
The new pitcher is Noah Wheeler, and Caleb Johnson will work an inning in 2/3. As that is ground in the direction of short, and that will slide underneath the mitt of Diego Perez, bringing in Wallace. And you got a couple of runners on, and now a 10-2 game. Matthew Evans next. Johnson, an inning and 2/3 work. 16 faced, 2 strikeouts, 5 walks, 5 hits, 10 runs, and he is responsible for one of the 2 currently on. Matthew Evans already has been to the plate in the inning and walked. Bo LeBouf moving to the on-deck circle. That is floated in the direction of left field, and there for the catch is Cadence Ellis. A total of 13 go to the plate. 8 will come in and score, 2 are left on, and it is Extreme 16 by 8 as we head to the bottom of the second.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
Bottom of the second, Caleb Johnson will start it off. Tommy Rubble-Fields and Rudy Sowers due up in the inning as well after an 8-run, 13 at-bat. Top part of the inning. Round to first, it is fielded there by LeBouf. He'll go to Cure, and Cure will get Johnson. And the putout going 3-1. Well, I was talking about Herbie earlier. Herbie Ross, the name Herbie. How about Cohen Cure? I mean, if we had an all-names team, Cohen Cure would have to be on that team. I wonder if the parents, when Cohen was on the way, just said, we got to have a cool name. And Cohen Cure works. As that is popped up to short. And underneath to make the catch is that still Mike Mosley at short. Got a fly out by Fields. I used to talk to my parents often about why I didn't get any cool names. It kind of ran in the family to give everybody blah names, I guess. I mean, nothing against my family and parents. It's just, not real creative with the names. And I got cousins that don't have creative names. And so it's a family thing, I guess. Rudy Sowers to the plate. I mean, now my sister got a fairly cool name, named after an actress. I think the actress was Gina Lollobrigida, so she's Gina Renee. I mean, it's okay. It's pretty cool. Got a walk given to Sowers. 2-out walk, and we go back to the top of the order with Diego Perez coming to the plate. But no, not me. Did I get named after an actor with a cool name? No. Ground over towards third. Evans will throw it into right field. Hopping up is Sowers on his way to third. Meanwhile, Perez will pull into second. No, it is an honor to be named after grandfathers. It's just, the grandfathers didn't have cool names. Nothing wrong with that. Little high with a pitch. Jesse McNeil with a couple of base runners on. Bottom of the second, Eli Wiggins to the on-deck circle. That is fouled away over towards the patio area. Beyond the dugout at third. McNeil got hit by a pitch, advanced on an error, came in and scored a run in the first inning. In the third, it'll be LeBouf, Fry, and Mosley all coming up for Extreme 16. Rocking it over towards the stands against the screen and out of play. Baseball next weekend for us heads to Thibodaux and Troy. Nichols State and Troy University. Upstairs with a pitch to McNeil. A lot of pitches have been thrown in the first couple of innings by both teams. Low inside pitch to McNeil. And thus we are creeping up on the 1 hour mark. And they're still in the second inning. Ground to first, down to a knee to field is LeBouf. 2 runners are stranded as McNeil will ground out. And 2 innings are in the books. It's an 8-2 Extreme 16 lead.
Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit UnitedBaseball.org and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always
We head to the top of the third. Bo LeBouf will lead it off. Jackson Fry and Mike Mosley due up in the inning as well. And we are indeed 1 hour into the game with a 1 hour, 50-minute time limit. So it looks like one of 2 things will get us where this game is concerned. Either the time limit or a mercy rule. Inside with a pitch to LeBouf. LeBouf struck out in the second. Back to the plate here in the third. Jackson Fry, Mike Mosley due up in the inning too. Wiggins, Mundo, and Ross when you get to the bottom of the third for the Pelicans. Just a little bit outside with the pitch from Noah Wheeler. Wheeler came into the ball game and faced 2 in relief of Caleb Johnson in the top of the second as that one is floated towards center field. And back to make the catch is Tommy Rummel-Fields. One out for Jackson Fry. What a terrific league, though, the UBO on display through the Showcase Series. Better than 400 young men signed up on the last weekend in May to play baseball for the summer with the UBO and all the showcases. It is an organization that just continues to grow. Strike three on the outside part of the plate to Fry. And there's two gone from the top of the order, Mike Mosley. And what an opportunity to hone your skills, to get better at what you do. Under the watchful and baseball smart eyes of the coaches hired by UBO. And a testament to the eventual success of these young athletes is the fact that for like 3 years in a row now, every senior who was unsigned and wanted to be signed as part of the league is signed. Ground to short, fielded by Perez, able to beat it out over at first is Mosley. But it looks like that is going to be charged as an error. That's what posted on the board. So an E6, a little low in the throw, getting Mosley on. So not a base hit, not an infield single. It's an error. As Knox Dose steps in. Okay, I won't get back on the topic, at least not extensively so, of cool names again. But what about Knox Dose? I like it. Knoxx. I mean, how many folks have two X's in their name? Knox wraps that one in the direction of right field, backtracking to make the catch as Rudy Sowers at second. And it is a 4-up, 3 down, 1 left aboard, top of the third.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
We are one pitch into the bottom of the third with a fly out by Eli Wiggins to left fielder Landon Hornberger. Diego Rodriguez Mundo next. Herbie Ross moving to the on-deck circle. Couple of pitches into the strike zone to Rodriguez Mundo. Just a little bit outside with the pitch from Cohen Cure. Herbie Ross moving to the on-deck circle. Innings 1 and 2 took a while to get through. Top part of the third, relatively quick. And here we are in the bottom part of the inning. A swing and miss by Mundo, becoming the second out of the inning. And for Cure, it is strikeout number 2. Herbie Ross struck out in the first. Back to the plate here in the third with 2 gone and nobody aboard. 5.5 hours into our game coverage. I think yesterday we went about 11:34-ish, about 11.5 hours. Started it off at 10 in the morning and wrapped it up at about 9:30 last night. Fouled away by Herbie Ross. And pool play has got, at least here, 4 more games. 2 today, 2 tomorrow. And then you get into the championship games at 1:30 and 3:45. And those championships will be in 16 and 18U, pitting the top teams from each pool, A and B. Swing a miss, and out will go Ross. 3 up, 3 down in the bottom of the third. We head to the fourth. And it's Extreme 16 by 8. Just about all white, Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it. Top of the fourth, Kyson Rodriguez starting it off. Tatum Miller and Connor Wallace due up in the inning as well. I was taking a look at the standings, and if you were Extreme 16, you've still got a chance at playing tomorrow. Coming in 0-1, haven't won or lost, but tied. If you win here, you go 1-0-1. And that would put you ahead of Stars 16 with Mississippi 16. The team that you want to see falter. That is driven well over the head of left fielder Caden Ellis. Rodriguez on his way to second. He will motor to third and get there with a head first slide. A leadoff triple for Rodriguez. Stuck it right over the fat of the plate, driven all the way to the wall. And Rodriguez winds up at third. And this is a pinch hitter for Miller, and he will strike out. And I believe that was a gentleman wearing 18, which would be Gavin DeHarnay. So DeHarnay with a strikeout for out number one. And another pinch hitter in Dean. I'm going to have to get stronger readers. I believe that is Harlness. He'll wrap into the 4-3, but does bring in Rodriguez. And this is Lucas Barlow. And with our full contingency of pinch hitters that might not have been Rodriguez to begin the inning. Did not see the back of the jersey. That is lifted over into foul territory and able to go get it, Noah Wheeler. One hit, one run. It is a 9-run lead as we head to the bottom of the fourth.
Drives that in the direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a Mercy Rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. That is shot towards the gap.
We head to the bottom of the fourth. Kyson Rodriguez, the new pitcher, which does lead me to believe that he probably was not the leadoff hitter who smacked that triple to begin the top of the fourth. Likely had a pinch hitter. My apologies. Did not pick up on the number when the hitter was at the plate. But it is Rodriguez who comes in after 3 Cohen Cure innings on the hill. Cure will face 15, strike out 3, walk 2. Did not allow a hit. 2 runs played, and he hit 1. And Noah Wheeler given a walk by Rodriguez. So a base runner on, Cadence Ellis to the plate. Caleb Johnson on deck. Last pool play game, last game for the Pelicans, 0-2. And an 0-3 mark won't get you in. Popped up the center field. Backtracking for the catch is Connor Wallace. Ellis with a fly out for out number 1. Looking to see who Mississippi 16 has. That's the team that is ahead of Extreme 16 and needs to falter to give Extreme 16 an opportunity to get in tomorrow. They will face Florida Bama 16 next, as a matter of fact. Ground to second. And you got the 4-6, but not the 3. Nice job, though. Looked good on the spin by Mosley after the dart from LeBouf. And did get the lead runner. Two away for Tommy Rubble-Fields. So in the upcoming game, it's big. I mean, we will learn who represents the pool. In Pool B. And who will be moving to play on Sunday. Ground to Ellis, underhands over to his second baseman, LeBouf. And Fields will ground into the 6-4. 1 runner stranded, no base hits. We go to the 5th. Here's the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double, the single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down. Top of the fifth gets underway. It is Landon Hornberger who will come to the plate and start it off. Looks like Matthew Evans is on deck, so we anticipate the hole is Bo LeBoeuf. A 9-run lead. There are mercy rules that would trigger in after 5. And if you were the Pelicans right now, you have got to get a run or 2. That'll be a base hit into center field. I don't think they're going to charge an error to a diving Diego Perez. So Hornberger on with a base hit. Leadoff single, and Matthew Evans coming to the plate. He will slap this one into left field, back-to-back base hits. And a couple of runners on for Bo LeBoeuf. Jackson Fry moving to the on-deck circle. But at this moment, if you're the Pelicans, you've got to get a couple of runs in the bottom part of the inning. That is if Extreme 16 scores nothing in the top part of the fifth. So the Pelicans trying to shut down Extreme, trying to muster up more. And then, of course, you got the time limit creeping up on us, too. 3:14 is that 1 hour, 50-minute mark. Throw goes to second for 1 on the first. Will not get 2. So LeBoeuf wraps into the 5-4. It will get Evans. Hornberger winds up at third. At first is LeBoeuf. And there's one away for Jackson Fry. Top of the order moves to the on-deck circle, Mike Mosley. A little bit inside with a pitch to Jackson Fry, who was walked and struck out. The walk came with the bases loaded and produced an RBI for Fry. $68-mile-an-hour offering, accounting for strike number 2. Pelican pitching has now thrown 95 pitches. As that's a little bit inside, and off to second will go LeBoeuf. Outside of the strike zone. And a full count at 3-2. Bottom of the order, when you get to the bottom of the fifth for the Pelicans, it'll be Sowers to start it. Ground to third and mishandled there. And that, I believe, is Diego Rodriguez Mundo, who had been playing first, now at third. Charged with the error that brings in Hornberger. LeBoeuf goes to third, Fry's at first. Popped up behind the plate. And coming over to get it is Herbie Ross. And there is 2 away. Ground to second, scooped up there by Sowers, goes to first, gets no say on the 4-3. 2 left on, 1 run in. And the Pelicans looking for a big bottom of the 5th.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area, right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Bottom of the 5th, bottom of the order, Rudy Sowers to start it. Diego Perez and Jesse McNeil due up in the inning as well. Yeah, that mercy rule after 5 is 8, so you've got to get 3 runs if you are the Pelicans to extend the ball game to the 6th, even if time would allow. And depending on how quickly you got the 3, time might allow a 6th inning. Unofficially, my clock has us at about an hour 36 in. Leadoff walk given to Sowers. And a base runner on as we get back to the top of the order, and Diego Perez to the plate. That is the second walk issued by Rodriguez. Ironically, the 2 walks have come to the leadoff guy. In the 4th, it was to Wheeler. Here in the 5th, it is to Sowers, and the stolen base for Sowers. Has a runner in scoring position for Perez, who is 0 for 2. Jesse McNeil to the on-deck circle. Just a little bit high with the pitch to Perez. Well, if I'm accurate or even relatively so where the time limit is concerned, I'm thinking this is it regardless. Bottom of the fifth. Strike three on the inside part of the plate to Perez. And of course, if you don't get it inside 8, wouldn't matter what the time says. Way outside with the pitch. The extreme 16. Trying to improve to 1-0-1. And with a single game to go, it'll be against the Blue Jays 16. And happened tonight at 6 in Poplarville. And the high school there, which is about a 30-minute drive down the road. High and away with the pitch. And of course, by the time they play again, if they go ahead and win this one, they'll have a pretty good idea as to whether they've got a shot at playing on Sunday. Because it will be based on how Mississippi 16 fares against Florida Bama 16 in the game that's coming up next, right here. It's becoming a big ball game. Outside with a pitch and a walk given to McNeil. So a couple of base runners on. Eli Wiggins to the plate. Wiggins has reached on an error and popped out to left field. High and away with a pitch to Wiggins. Rodriguez came into the ball game in the fourth, worked the fourth and faced a total of 4. Now working the fifth, delivers into the strike zone on the outside part to Wiggins. Runners go on the hit and run, fouled away by Wiggins. And back to second will go Sowers, to first McNeil. And a shot over towards third. Wow, what a play by Evans. And he turns. No, wow, thought he had the double play. Just a great backhanded third. Well, let's take a quick look if we can sneak it in over at first. Man, it was close. And it's a base hit into center field. Rodriguez Mundo delivering and then thrown away at the plate. 1 run is in. Here comes Wiggins, and he'll score. So a Mundo base hit, driving in 1, and an error, bringing in another. And that, by the way, becomes the first base hit of the game for the Pelicans. And brings Herbie Ross to the plate. Well, that lead is now 8, and a base hit would get it inside 8. But again, as I mentioned, problem you run into is that time limit. And that'll go right back to Rodriguez. Lobs over to first, and that'll be your ball game. So Ross will ground into the 1-3, and this one ends compliments of the mercy rule. And taking a look at your final numbers. Well, they've got players taken to the field, but I thought we had a mercy. There we go. The official indicating that is the ball game. Well, you got different leagues and different mercy rules, and maybe everybody wasn't versed on the mercy rules here, which are 12 after 3, 10 after 4, and 8 after 5. And that lead is 8. And that's enough to trigger the 5-inning mercy rule. Pelicans with a base hit, 4 errors. They will leave 6 on. And got a couple of runs in the first and a couple of runs in the 5th. Extreme 16, 8 hits, 5 errors, leaving 5 on. 2 runs in the first, 8 in the second, a run each in the 4th and 5th. And that's it for the 3rd game of the day. Got a really big matchup coming up to determine who is the front runner in Pool B in 16U. And that is Mississippi 16 and Florida Bama 16 battling next. It'll happen in about a half hour, right about 3:35-ish. We'll see you then. Don't forget, link stays live, camera stays on, and we'll be back in about 30 with more baseball on JockJive. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. It is game number 4. This is a big matchup. Big ball game for two teams. And, yeah, it's big for Florida Bama, but it is bigger for Mississippi 16 and I would say a team that's not playing, Extreme 16. They're playing later tonight at Poplarville. Just got wrapped up here and are en route, as a matter of fact, south, because Mississippi 16 is 2-0, top team in Pool B. And Extreme Scout is 1-0-1 with one game remaining and hoping that Mississippi 16 falters, so they've got a chance at moving into that top spot in Pool number B, or letter B, I guess. Well, both lineups I have received, but they are discombobulated, maybe altered a little bit. So I'm going to have to do some cross-referencing to be able to give you who is doing what. Easton Stewart starting it off and he'll ground into the 4-3. So I might not be able to give you everything immediately. Well, let me change that. It's not going to be a might not. I'm not going to be able to give you everything immediately. Elijah Ritchie to the plate. And here is the reason why I have very little in the book. I was trying to decipher some of these lineup cards and figure out who is what. And it has taken a little time. And there is limited time in between games. Elijah Ritchie, followed by Porter Martin. Gabriel Jones on the hill for Florida Bama. Yes, I am trying to multitask, doing a little play-by-play, a whole lot of writing into the scorebook. Walk given to Elijah Ritchie. And a base runner aboard as Porter Martin makes his way to the plate. To the on-deck circle is DJ Durr. One away with a base runner on, top of the first, fourth game of the day. And typically in a tournament, you've got a little bit of everything. Those one-run games, those extra inning games, those mercy rule games. We just had our first mercy rule game. Not by much. Almost a 1 hour and 50-minute game, but not quite. And ended after 5. That was the Extreme 16 win over the Gulf Coast Pelicans 16, 12-2. Also today, Extreme Scout 19, 5-3 winners over Florida Bama 18. And with Sports U18, a 3-2 winner over UBO East 18. And that's got us to here, third game of the day. Swing and a miss by Martin. Two outs with a strikeout of Porter Martin. And then it's got DJ Durr coming to the plate. Elijah Schubert moving to the on-deck circle. Well, I've been able to get all of the Mississippi 16 names now into my scorebook as the theft of second is taken by Ritchie. Easton Stewart, the leadoff guy. Elijah Ritchie batting second. Porter Martin, the three-hitter, four-guy. DJ Durr at the plate. Elijah Schubert batting fifth. Jaden Treisch, I believe, in the sixth spot. Forgive me for mispronunciation of names. I can butcher Smith and Jones. There's no telling what I can do to names like Tricoche. But from a year ago, it seems like it was maybe Treisch. I could be certainly very wrong. In the seventh spot, Bryson Faia, Faia. I wonder if these teams do it to me intentionally. Hey, let's put some really different spellings and names in there. Cruz Shepard, I don't think they do that. Grayson Alds batting ninth. Owen Gandry is the 10-hitter. And Hayden Harris batting 11th. The walk given to Durr. And Gabriel Jones getting a little early visit here in the top part of the first. And I think I can give you the Florida Bama defensive alignment. Gabriel Jones on the hill. Behind the plate is Herbie Ross. Gatlin Hall at first. Levi McNeil at second. The shortstop is Hayes Ellis. as runners advance. And Elijah Schubert at the plate. Third baseman Charlie Lumpkin. The outfield for Florida Bama has Logan Ulrich in left. Center fielder Weston Graves. And they don't have a right fielder listed, but I assure you they have one. And he is wearing the colors of the Pelicans. So that may be Diego Mundo. Swing and a miss by Schubert. And the count goes 1 ball, couple of strikes, 79-mile-an-hour offering. Swung on and missed. Foul tipped away by Schubert. Well, that's what I'm going with at the moment, is that it is Diego Mundo who is over in right field. 2 gone, 2 on. Top of the first. Schubert awaiting the pitch. He'll get out in front of it. And Schubert will strike out, leaving a couple of base runners on. We head to the bottom of the first. It's Florida Bama coming to bat in a scoreless game. We get the bottom of the first underway. Weston Graves will lead it off. Hayes Ellis is the 2-hitter. Charlie Lumpkin batting third. Gatlin Hall fourth. Gabriel Jones in the 5 spot. Logan Ulrich hitting 6th. Levi McNeil is the 7 guy. Diego Mundo batting 8th. Herbie Ross 9th. And we do not have a first name, but do have a last for the 10-hitter. It is Bingston, who is batting in the 10 spot for Florida Bama. And he's popped up, and we'll get into the stands and out of play. Hayden Harris on the hill for Mississippi. That is wrapped towards second. Throw over, not quite in time. Elijah Ritchie fielding at second. Trying to get it over to first, but could not in time. That will be a base hit for Weston Graves. And it'll become the first base hit of the ball game with Hayes Ellis next. Sent back this direction towards fans in the stands, seeking the shade of a little bit of an overhang, and apparently a good catch made based on the sounds I hear from below. Charlie Lumpkin to the on-deck circle. Off and running is Graves on a pitch to run on, a good one. Went to the screen. And Graves gets into scoring position. One out as Hayes Ellis will strike out. Charlie Lumpkin to the plate. Well, an item card from Mississippi also did not give position, so trying to piecemeal that together. Looks like it is Harris on the hill. Can't pick up the numbers of the gentleman behind the plate at the moment with the protective straps across the numbers. Do know that Easton Stewart is at first, Elijah Ritchie at second. Shortstop is Bryson Faye. Just a little bit high with the pitch to Charlie Lumpkin. And I've caught a glimpse of DJ Duran center. So narrowing it down as to the defensive spots for Mississippi. On the outside part of the plate to Lumpkin. Gatlin Hall moving to the on-deck circle. I was going to say it is warm in Hattiesburg, but it's just downright hot. 93 degrees, feels like 95. And on that artificial turf, it's a heck of a lot warmer. Hit by the pitch is Lumpkin. And you got a couple of base runners on for Gatlin Hall. Two aboard, bottom of the first. Graves at second, Lumpkin at first. And that is fouled away by Hall. On the campus of the University of Southern Mississippi. Home to the Golden Eagles since 1972. I'm not sure what the mascot name was prior to the 70s. Count goes to 0-2. As Hall swings on the Harris 72-mile-an-hour pitch. Situated here in the 50,000 populated Hattiesburg. Low and away with the pitch. I've got to do the routine though. Give you all the first inning weather. Air quality 73 and moderate. UV index 7 and high. Visibility 22 miles. Winds out of the west at 9, gusting to 15. Humidity at 53%. 0.2 of an inch of rain expected tomorrow. And our 93 is 5 degrees warmer than it typically is on the 7th of June here in Hattiesburg. High and away with a pitch to Gatlin Hall. I know you're waiting. 89% moon illumination. And the moon is 251,948 miles away. Next full moon in 4 days. If folks start acting weird, like on, what would that be, Tuesday or Wednesday of next week? Could be the full moon. I don't think I'm affected by a full moon. I think I just act strange pretty much 24/7. It's not a full moon thing. Sent foul on the double steal attempt. So Lumpkin and Graves back to where they were. Lumpkin at first and Graves at second. Got a fairly lengthy first in progress. Right now about 20 minutes into the first inning. Strike 3 on the outside part of the plate. Second strikeout of the game for Hayden Harris. One more game to go. A 6 o'clock matchup, which might get underway a tad early. This one got underway about 15 minutes early. So as a result, might be able to get the final game of the day underway before 6. High pitch to Gabriel Jones. Logan Ulrich moving to the on-deck circle. On the inside part of the plate. 78-mile-an-hour pitch. Strike 1, 2-1 the count on Jones. Trice, Faye, and Shepard. When you get to the top of the second, there was the walk handed out to Jones. And it is all loaded up. And let's see if we get a courtesy runner from Jones. Looks like we will. That is Gatlin Hall, who has come out of the dugout. Logan Ulrich with the bases loaded. Levi McNeil to the on-deck circle. 0-1 the count on Aldrich. A little bit outside of the strike zone. Count goes even at 1. And by the way, that is Jesse McNeil, I believe, who is on deck, not Levi. Swing and a miss, and out will go Aldrich. Every one of the outs in the bottom of the first came compliments of a Harris K. But more importantly for Florida Bama, and I guess true for Mississippi 16 as well, the bases left loaded.
Drives that in the direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a mercy rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. And a shot towards the gap.
Top of the second gets underway. Jaden Trice to start it. Bryson Faye and Cruz Shepard due up in the inning as well. That opening inning holds the distinction of the longest scoreless inning. We are almost 30 minutes into the ball game and have now just barely nibbled the top of the second and had an absolutely score-free first. Now, I don't think there are records kept that, log that kind of information. But that was a long inning not to have a run. And here we are in the second. Jaden Trice, Bryson Faye, and Cruz Shepard, as that is fouled away. And yes, as I mentioned in the opening, I could be totally obliterating Jaden's last name. Probably am. Just trying to remember from a year ago the pronunciation, as that is sent towards center field. Nice diving catch by Weston Graves. And there is one away for Bryson Faye. Another name that I could be butchering, and most likely am. I mentioned it, I think, yesterday, 1 year ago, while doing these showcase summer games. It was a Louisiana team, and the parents got to say, hey, come here, come on over here. Grab a chair. We'll teach you. Taught me some names, some pronunciations. But that was a year ago. So some of them have slipped from my memory. See, there is limited space up there. And when something new comes in, something old goes out. So I got to put the new back in, or make the old new. Shove something else out. One away, nobody aboard, top of the second. Bryson Faye with Cruz Shepard on deck. In the bottom part of the inning, McNeil, Mundo, and Ross into right field. A one-out base hit, first Mississippi hit of the game. And a runner on for Cruz Shepard. Grayson Alls moving to the on-deck circle. Inning number 2, we typically see what's happening elsewhere. So let's take a look. WNBA. Valkyries an 80-55 lead over the Aces with 6:34 to play in the game. College baseball finals. Miami beats Louisville 9-6. Arizona coming back from that North Carolina shellacking to beat the Tar Heels 10-8. So those two series tied at 1. Duke with a 7-4 win over Murray State and leads that series 1-0. Last time I checked, West Virginia had a lead over LSU. That's changed, and changed a lot. Drop strike 3. And first was occupied, so I don't think Faye could take the bag. So he will strike out for out number 2 as Faye, after the swing and miss, takes off for second. Two gone for Grayson Alls. Owen Cadre to the on-deck circle. But LSU now with a 16-5 lead over West Virginia in the top of the 7th. Auburn leading Coastal Carolina 1-0, bottom of the 6th. And just about to get underway, Tennessee and Arkansas. In a couple of hours, UTSA and UCLA. And tonight at the hotel, I guess it'll be Oregon State and Florida State we'll get to watch. And it's in right back to Jones, and Jones will fire over to first. Goodall's on the 1-3. Fahey is stranded. 1.5 in, still scoreless as we head to the bottom of the second.
Is the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double, and the single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down at home.
Bottom of the second gets underway after a scoreless top part of the inning. It is Jesse McNeil who will start it off. And if you are asking, well, why the gray jerseys when everybody else is wearing navy blue? This is a borrow. A borrow from the Gulf Coast Pelicans. Swing and a miss by McNeil, and he will be out number 1. Diego Mundo next. For Florida Bama, 16 to have a 9 or 10 man roster. Needed to borrow a few. And they borrow McNeil, Mundo, Ross, and maybe Bingston. Bottom of the second, a scoreless ball game. Big ball game for both, but as I mentioned, Mississippi 16. Trying to play ball tomorrow, and to play ball tomorrow as the top team out of B. They need to win this one. And taking a look at your standings in 16U, Mississippi 2-0. And still there are several teams. I mean, not just Extreme 16, but Stars 16 with a chance to get into the title game tomorrow. And you got to walk to Mundo. And even the Blue Jays 16 won't really any team with one loss. Still with a chance to get in. But the definitive team based on record and not having to worry about a tiebreaker to leapfrog everybody else if Mississippi 16 faltered. And if they won would be Extreme 16. They are 1-0-1. And everybody else in the pool has a loss. They do not. And is popped up to left. And onto the grass is Faye to make the catch at short in shallow left field. So Herbie Ross with a fly out. And there is 2 gone for Bingston. Foul out of play. Well, I see the hoodie on the back of the jersey of Bingston. You know, coming out in the top of the jersey and draping across the back. That has got to be warm. If it is of what hoodies are typically made of, that kind of material. Though they're not the really thick stuff like I guess we had as youngsters with hoods, but still. An extra layer on a warm day in Mississippi. Bingston with a runner aboard, 2 gone, bottom of the second. 10, 11, and 1 hitters for Mississippi in the third. Outside with a pitch to Bingston. Oh, by the way, got a new pitcher. It's the former shortstop. So obviously, Faye did not catch the fly ball by Ross. A lot of swapping by Mississippi. And after an inning of work, Harris comes out. And Faye comes in to pitch. And there is a walk given to Bingston. So Faye with the strikeout of McNeil, the walk of Mundo, the fly out by Ross, and the walk of Bingston. And that's got us back to the top of the order with Weston Graves to the plate. Harris in that 1 inning of work faced a total of 6, struck out 3. Walked 1, gave up a single hit, did not allow a run. And also hit 1. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate to Graves. Hayes Ellis is on deck. I believe that is Elijah Ritchie, who is now at short, moving over from second. Low inside pitch and another walk. Third one of the inning issued by Fahey. And for the second consecutive inning, it is loaded for Florida-Bama. And that will get Coach out of the dugout to come have a conversation with Fahey. I mentioned a lot of changes for Mississippi. Got a new first baseman in Connor Sargent. Obviously, the new shortstop in Elijah Ritchie. You've got Elijah Schubert at third. And still trying to pick up who the new second baseman is. Might be able to get the numbers on the walk back to his spot after this meeting breaks up on the bump. And yes, it is Cruz Shepard who is at second. Just a little bit outside with the pitch to Ellis. Almost flip sides of my scoreboard a little early. Gandry will be the hitter in the top of the third for Mississippi. Hayes Ellis with a strikeout in the first, 0 for 1 in the game. Major League Baseball today. Reds have beaten the Diamondbacks in 10, 4-3. Cubs over the Tigers 6-1. Blue Jays knock off the Twins 5-4, and the Cards beating the Dodgers 2-1. Outside with a pitch, a walk given, and there is a run on the board. A bases loaded walk to Hayes Ellis will bring in Diego Mundo. And Florida-Bama takes a 1-zip lead. Charlie Lumpkin next. He took a lump in the first. Got hit by a Hayden Harris pitch. Low and inside with a pitch to Lumpkin. Gatlin Hall to the on-deck circle. Swing and a miss and a 2-strike count on a 67-mile-an-hour Fahey offering. High and away with the pitch, goes to the screen. Here comes Bingston from third, and he will score. Throw back onto the diamond. As Graves moves to third and Ellis to second. That is floated in the direction of left field, but it will get into the patio area. And an area just beyond the third base dugout where you got umbrellas and tables and chairs. Obviously, pretty nice spot to watch the game. As a walk is given to Charlie Lumpkin, and the bases are loaded again. And Gatlin Hall will come to the plate. Hall struck out looking in the second. Back to the plate here make that in the first. And back to the plate here in the second. Gabriel Jones to the on-deck circle. A little bit high with the pitch to Hall. Well, you talk about rearranging the pool if Florida Bama can hang on and win the ball game. That is sent down the line, but foul. And I mentioned Pool B, but haven't talked about A. Low and away with a pitch to Gatlin Hall. But in A, you got Florida Bama Scouts 16 at 2-0. Capital 16 and 1-0. Wrapped to deep short, strong throw over, and it is dropped by Sargent. And the score is Graves and Ellis. Lumpkin at second, and Gatlin Hall at first. And Florida Bama building a 4-zip lead. That is a high fly ball to left field. It will sail well over the head of Owen Cadry. Roll all the way to the wall. Lumpkin is in. Hall is in. And holding it second with a 2 RBI double is Gabriel Jones. And it becomes a 6-zip ball game. And all 6 runs coming with 2 gone. And I think that is going to do it for Fa'i. And a new guy coming in, and the new guy will be on the bump when we return.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Elijah, and I'm thinking this because it's a Louisiana name, as that throw goes into the dirt. And Jones will go to third. But you might have, some different pronunciation to R-I-C-H-E. So maybe it is not Richie. It probably is Elijah Richey. But he's the guy on the hill. In relief of Faye, and will walk. The first guy faces Logan Ulrich. I am hitting all the wrong graphics. That's not supposed to pop up. Yeah, it's a one-man band. That's who I am. And as I've mentioned so many times before, the bad and the downside to being a one-man band is that folks know who hits the sour notes. I'm hitting all the wrong buttons to pop up graphics that were not relevant for the moment. There we go. 6-0 advantage with a couple of base runners on. 2 gone. And back to the plate is Jesse McNeil, who started off the inning striking out. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate. Diego Mundo to the on-deck circle. .71-mile-an-hour pitch from Richey. High and away with the pitch. McNeil, the first out in the inning, trying to avoid becoming the third out in the inning. Lifted foul and out of play. Third inning's got 10, 11, and 1 coming to the plate for Mississippi. But we have spent a lot of time here in the bottom part of the second. Low offering and a walk given to McNeil. That'll get into the dirt. Here comes Jones from third, and he will score easily. Meanwhile, Ulrich goes to third and McNeil to second. And now Florida Bama with a touchdown lead. Diego Mundo walked earlier in the inning. Remy Ross to the on-deck circle. And a shot over in the direction of right field, but foul. And that is hit in the direction of center field. Drops in as a base hit. In to score is Ulrich. McNeil rounding third, coming in 2. And Mundo delivering with a 2 RBI single. Herbie Ross to the plate. That is chopped in the direction of short and will be dropped. Cruz Shepard now at short with a miscue and a couple of base runners on. And the player for whom we only have a single name, Bingston, coming to the plate. But hey, there have been some single name folks that have made it big, right? Cher, Madonna, Let's see. Who else would we know by a single name? Foul back to the screen. I know she uses two names, but I think if we said Dolly, you'd know who we were talking about. Bingston wrapping it up the middle. Little bobble, and it'll turn into an assist that goes 6-4 to get the out of Ross and put it into the inning. But a big inning for Florida Bama. 9 runs will score. And we head to the third in a 9-zip game. Top of the third gets underway. Bottom of the order to the plate, Owen Cadry, followed by Hayden Harris and Easton Stewart. A 9-run bottom of the second for Florida Bama. And you got two teams now. And if you're wondering if Florida Bama's got a chance to get into the championship tomorrow with a win and a 1-1-1 mark, if they indeed hang on and beat Mississippi, well, unfortunately for Florida Bama, no, because Star 16 has already finished play, and they finish 2-1. So that is a half game better than a potential 1-1-1 mark for Florida Bama. So the teams that still have an opportunity to play tomorrow, representing Pool B and 16U, are Mississippi 16 if they come from behind, Stars 16, who have already won and finished with allowing 9 runs, and that's one of the tiebreakers. Or Extreme 16, which is 0-1 with 1 game to go. And that game will start at 6 o'clock tonight in Poplarville. Fouled away by Gadry. And we are more than an hour in the game, more than halfway through, and still got one more hitter that has not had their first at-bat, Hayden Harris. Outside of the strike zone and a walk given to Gadry. And of course, if you were Mississippi, you're saying, hey, don't count us out yet. Well, it looks like Harris is not going to get an at-bat. So we're back to the top of the order. Easton Stewart to the plate. Outside with a pitch to Stewart, who ground into a 4-3 in the first, 0-for-1 in the game. Elijah Richey to the on-deck circle. Bottom of the third, top of the order for Florida Bama. Weston Graves will start it. Hayes Ellis and Charlie Lumpkin due up in the inning, too. Well, we've taken a lot of time looking at 16U because we've got a 16U game going on. And you get back-to-back walks of Gadry and Stewart. And coach coming out to the hill to have a conversation with Gabriel Jones after the back-to-back walks in his 4th of the game. 18U. Extreme Scout 19 has finished 3-0. But Sports U18 is 2-0 with one more game to go. So it'll be either Sports U18 or Extreme Scout 19 representing Pool A in 18U. And in Pool B, still pretty much wide open. Got Stars 18 at 2-0, Gulf Coast Pelicans at 1-0, and Mississippi 18 at 1-0-1, all with a chance. Based on Stars 18 2-0 mark, the 2 lost teams don't have a chance. They need Dreams, Bandits, and Star Scout 17. So they are out of the running in Pool B 18U. Out of the strike zone. And got a new gentleman to the plate. A gentleman for whom I have no name. Number 5 for Mississippi. Don't have a 5 on the roster provided. And a shot in the direction of center field. Diving catch made by Weston Graves. Robbing our mystery man of a base hit. And there is one away for Porter Martin. And on the lineup card, no subs provided, so can't even speculate as to who number 5 might be. Or I guess maybe not credibly speculate. I mean, we can always speculate. Couple of base runners aboard. Here's the offering from Jones to Richey. It is wrapped over to third, picked up there by Lumpkin, able to tag out Gandry. So apparently we just kind of put number 5 in the lineup. Was not pinch hitting for Richey. Richey hits for himself and grounds into the unassisted put out at third. And there is 2 gone for Porter Martin. Martin struck out in the first. DJ Durr moving to the on-deck circle. On the outside part of the plate with a 76-mile-an-hour pitch from Gabriel Jones. Graves, Ellis, and Lumpkin, 1, 2, and 3 in the order when you get to the top of the third. Swing a miss, and out will go Martin. Couple of walks, but no damage done as 3 go down, and they are stranded. We head to the bottom of the third. It's a 9-run Florida Bama lead.
Drives that in the direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a mercy rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. And a shot towards the gap.
We get the bottom of the third underway. Top of the order coming to the plate for Florida Bama 16. I'm going to make a bold prediction. We will not go to the seventh inning. I don't think that's very bold. Not because of potential of a run rule, but because of the time factor. 5:17 would mark 1 hour and 50 minutes. And right now we are 32 minutes away from 5:17 with still the bottom of the third. And if we get that far, all of the fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh to go, just don't see that happening. As Weston Graves starts it off with a single. Hayes Ellis to the plate, Charlie Lumpkin to follow. And if you are Mississippi 16, you are concerned. I mean, you came into the ball game with an opportunity to claim the top spot in Pool B and be in championship play tomorrow. A win would guarantee it. A loss did not necessarily take you out of the running, but the fact that 9 runs have plated would if you lose the game. So now if you are Mississippi 16, you've got to win. There was a chance coming into the game that even if you lost, if you limited the amount of runs that Florida Bama scored, you might still be able to grab the pool. But now, with the 9 runs plating, you got to win it. You got to come back and win this ball game, or else one of 2 other teams are looking at getting in: Star 16 and Extreme 16. Strike 3 on the outside part of the plate, and out will go Ellis. And by the way, you've got to make that come from behind win happen in a half hour. So in reality, Mississippi's got to have one of those big Florida Bama type innings soon, like the top of the 4th. And if Mississippi 16 loses to Florida Bama 16, then the only team remaining that is in control of their own destiny is Extreme 16. If Mississippi loses, then Extreme's just got to win. They control their own destiny. 6, 4, but no 3, and there's 2 gone. As Lumpkin grounds into the ground out at short. Gallon Hall to the plate. Hall with a base runner at first. Hall has struck out and singled. The single drove in 2, 1 for 2 in the game, with a couple of RBIs and a run scored. High inside pitch on Hall. Gabriel Jones moving to the on-deck circle. Durr, Schubert, and Treisch when we head to the top of the 4th, and that's where we're going next. After 4 up, 3 down, 1 stranded, bottom of the 3rd.
is the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double, the single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged out.
We head to the top of the fourth. Mississippi 16 trying to put together one of those big innings like Florida-Bama had in the bottom of the second. And as a matter of fact, that is the difference in this game. That bottom of the second. Those 9 runs. And they all came, by the way, with 2 outs. And that is what Florida-Bama carries into the fourth. DJ Durr starting it off. Got a new pitcher on the hill, and is Bingston. Gabriel Jones will work a total of 3 innings. Face 14, 4 strikeouts, 4 walks, 1 hit, no runs allowed. And Bingston will take over. That is ground to short. And over to first goes the Ellis throw to get the out of Durr on the 6-3. One out for Elijah Schubert. Here's the Bingston pitch. And another opportunity at short for Ellis, and he's going to make good on this one too. But barely. That's what happens when you have a little extra time. A soft throw over and one-hopped it. And Gatlin Hall had to field it and then step back to make sure he got the foot on the back. Jaden Trice to the plate. He popped out to center field, was the first out in the second inning. Into the dirt with the Bingston pitch. 2 gone, nobody aboard. Well, Florida-Bama did it with 2 gone. Now Mississippi 16 trying to do it with 2 away. Difference being that Florida-Bama did have runners on with 2 away. And Mississippi 16 going to have to start from scratch. Two outs, top of the fourth. And a walk is given to Trice. And has got Bryson Faye coming to the plate. That is the fifth walk issued by Florida-Bama pitching. Into the dirt with a pitch, and that will get Trice to second. Meanwhile, he'll take off for third and get tagged out. Trying to turn a missed throw into two bags, and Trice got thrown out at third. And we go to the bottom of the fourth with Florida-Bama needing a run to trigger a mercy rule.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Bottom of the fourth, and the first Trice pitch will hit Gabriel Jones, and he will make his way down to first as a hit batsman. And that run is the only run that is needed to end the ball game. So a key hit batsman is Logan Ulrich comes to the plate. Elijah Richey will work an inning in the third, face 9, no strikeouts, 2 walks, 2 hits, and 2 runs allowed by Richey. On the outside part of the plate with a pitch to Ulrich, who has walked and struck out. Jesse McNeil on deck. Strike 3, got the outside part of the plate. And Ulrich will strike out looking. There's one away. Jesse McNeil, like Ulrich, has walked and struck out. Diego Mundo to the on-deck circle. Mississippi 16 trying to get this ball game to the top of the 5th. In hopes of putting together one of those big innings we were talking about earlier. Pitch goes behind McNeil. McNeil struck out as the first out in the second inning and then walked again in the second inning. Both of his plate appearances came as part of that 14 at-bat 9-run inning. Low inside pitch, and holding at first is Jones. That is fouled away up against the screen. Unofficially in our time limit, about 15 minutes. And a shot in the direction of center field. It'll be a base hit that moves Jones over to second. Well, you go back to that pitch, then went to the screen, and Jones stayed put at first. If he had gone to second, he'd be at third now, 90 feet away, with the potential to end the ball game in the bottom of the 4th. That'll find its way into left field, and the bases are loaded up, and now he is 90 feet away. And Herbie Ross is coming to the plate. Ross has popped out to short and reached on an error at short. A little bit inside with the pitch. Talk about the pressure now on Trice. You got the bases loaded. Game on the line. If that 10th run plays, you got the mercy rule after 4. You walk him, the run comes in. You hit him, the run comes in. Give up a hit, the run comes in. A sac fly and the run comes in. Error and the run comes in. 2-0 pitch. That is shot in the direction of right field. Is it deep enough to bring in the run? Jones comes in, scores on the sacrifice. And that'll be your ball game. So the mercy rule is triggered after 4. As we take a look at your final numbers in this one. One hit, one error committed by Mississippi, and they will go scoreless. For Florida, Bama, a 9-run second and a 1-run 4th. Triggers the mercy rule. They did not commit an error, leave a total of 9 on, and get 7 base hits. 5 were stranded, for Mississippi. With a loss and the runs allowed, Mississippi now out as a participant in tomorrow's championship. The two teams that have a chance, Stars 16 and Extreme 16. And of course, the Stars have wrapped up play at 2-1. And in about an hour, Extreme 16 will be playing in Popplarsville. So a big game for both in their hopes to play on Sunday. One more game to go here. And I will do what we recommend you to do. Download the Showcase Series app and take a look at the schedule to find out who's coming up next. In your 6 o'clock matchup here, UBO Henry and Florida Bama Scout 16. That will happen in roughly 30 minutes. So we will see you then. We'll keep the cameras on, the link live, and be back with the final game of the day in 30. Hi, everybody. Welcome in as we get the final game of the day underway. It is UBO Henry taking on Florida Bama Scout 16. Hi, everybody. Robert Williamson set to bring you the coverage. Luke Dominguez starting it off for UBO Henry as we take a look at that lineup for the Henry squad. Two hitters, Kaner Broussard. Parker Gios batting third. Hayden Walker fourth. Eli Crochet is the 5-hitter. Brandon Guagliardo batting sixth. 7-hitter Colin Lacoste. Warte Edmond in the 8th spot. 9-hitter Justin Wiggins. And Blake Blanchard is batting 10th. Meanwhile, Dylan Jordan on the hill for FB Scout 16. Behind the plate, Colton Lindsay. Ross Pike at first. Second baseman, Braden Pelton. Shortstop is Cole Parrish, and the third baseman, Corey Duet. Chance Clark in left. Braden Damon in center field. And Trip Crawford is in right. As that one is floated to center field, and there the catch made by Braden Damon. And the ball game getting a 5:31 start, which means about a 7:21 finish if you're going the full 1 hour and 50 minutes. Dominguez with a fly out for out number one. Kaner Broussard to the plate. Parker Gios to the on-deck circle. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate. It has been as warm as 93 today and has felt as hot as 95. It is 92 currently and feels like 95. UV index 2 and low. Air quality is 71 and moderate. Winds out of the west-southwest at 8, gusting to 14. Sun sets in about 2.5 hours. 22-mile visibility, 55% humidity. Moon illumination, 90%. Next full moon in 4 days. And the moon is 251,927 miles away as Broussard strikes out. And there's two gone from Parker Gios. And your 93 today is about 5 degrees warmer than it typically is in Hattiesburg on the 7th of June. Two gone, nobody aboard. Parker Gios to the plate. Little check swing, sending it foul. Hayden Walker to the on-deck circle. Who will be playing tomorrow in the championship in 16U? Got a game going on in Poplarville. Actually gets underway in about 30 minutes, which will be a huge decider. And that is the Blue Jays 16 and the Extreme 16 matchup. The Extreme 16 win that game. They are the Pool B winners. If the Blue Jays win that game, as you got a base wrap into left field from Gios. But if the Blue Jays win that game, Stars 16 will be the Pool B rep. And taking a look at Pool A, which from these two teams hail. UBO Henry 1-1. having scored 13 and allowed 17. FB Scout 16, 2-0, having scored 21 and allowed 7. So for UBO Henry to get in, they've got to pummel FB Scout 16. And then hope that the Capitals 16 lose. And if you are FB Scout 16, then what you want to do is beat UBO in shutout fashion. And then hope that Capital 16, even if they win, at least allow a run. That's how close it is in A. Hayden Walker with a swing and miss. Well, when you look at the standings, as you got a walk issued to Walker. And Eli Crochet coming to the plate with a couple of runners on. If two teams finish unbeaten in A, it would be Capital 16 and FB Scout 16. And since they didn't play each other in pool play, you'd go to the tiebreaker. The first of the tiebreakers is runs allowed. Both teams have allowed 7. And if that doesn't work to break the tie, then you go to runs scored. And the Capitals have scored much more than FB Scout coming into this game. And in B, Extreme Scout 16 is technically in first place right now with a 1-0-1 mark. Taking on the 1-1 Blue Jays. Beat the Blue Jays. You play tomorrow in the championship at 3:45. Lose to them, and the Stars play in that 3:45 title game. And of course, tomorrow our coverage begins at 9 a.m. with a couple of pool play games before we get to your championships. Eli Crochet with a couple of base runners on. Brandon Guagliardo to the on-deck circle. On the outside part of the plate with an 80-mile-an-hour pitch from Dylan Jordan. That is a base hit into right field. It'll be scooped up by Crawford, but not before Gio scores. And Crochet with an RBI single. And coach coming out to the bump to have a conversation with Dylan Jordan. And yeah, it's not just about winning the game in this particular case based on the fact that you're so closely tied with Capital 16. It's that you got to win the game and then not allow a lot of runs in the process. Capitals are not playing tonight. Their third game in pool play happens tomorrow morning here. And they will take on Mississippi Futures. And Mississippi Futures is 1-1. You love it when you get this deep into pool play and it's still not cut and dried who is going to win that pool and move to the championships. That speaks to the quality of play. In safely with a stolen base is Crochet. I'll make that, yes, Crochet. I think Crochet was a little surprised at the throw with the runner at third. High and away with the pitch to Guagliardo. Colin Lacoste moving to the on-deck circle. I mentioned the weather. There is a threat of rain tomorrow. And right now it's changed a bit. Earlier, the threat of rain was in the evening. Now there's a chance of rain through many day parts of tomorrow. So I'm going to have a little extra work tomorrow. Got to get shelter for the camera in center field. Fouled away by Guagliardo. Really, this time of year, you're taking your chances anyway. Those heat-generated afternoon thunderstorms can pop up at any given moment. So, yeah, I've been kind of playing the odds. But I don't think I'm going to do that tomorrow. Guagliardo able to hold up on the swing, given a walk, and he'll go to first. It is all loaded up for Colin Lacoste. Duarte Edmond to the on-deck circle. On the inside part of the plate with the pitch to Lacoste. Ten games into a 14-game weekend. And 4 games tomorrow. It all starts at 9 a.m. Hit by the pitch is Lacoste, and that will bring in Walker. And the bases loaded hit batsman makes it a 2-zip game. Well, today has gone smoothly. Yesterday had about a 2-hour and 20-minute game that kind of pushed us off schedule a bit. Wound up getting the last game of the day underway at 7:30 versus 7 o'clock, which isn't shabby, considering a 5-game day. Today, though, a little ahead of schedule, actually. We are not quite 15 minutes into the game. It's still 15 minutes ahead of where we would have started at 6 p.m. Yeah, but we started the day later yesterday, so obviously you get out a little bit later. We started an hour earlier, but it looks like we might get out about 2 hours earlier. So that's a good baseball day with these multi-game days. Well, there is the walk given to Duarte Edmond, and another run is in. A bases loaded hit batsman and a bases loaded walk, bringing in the 2 of the 3 runs on the board. The other was the Eli Crochet single that drove in Gios. And Justin Wiggins coming to the plate. And coach has already paid a visit to the mound, so he's holding on. Thinking that Dylan Jordan might can shake off the issues here in the top of the first. But a second visit would be the end of the highway, at least from a pitching perspective for Jordan. Justin Wiggins followed by Blake Blanchard. But if Dylan Jordan walks Wiggins, he might get that second visit. There is activity throwing in the bullpen for FB Scout 16. And that's the third pitch out of the strike zone. That appears to be Colton DeMond getting warm-up tosses in the pen. On the outside part of the plate with a pitch to Justin Wiggins. Ground to short. Parrish has got it. Bobbles in. Everybody's safe. And the run is in. Well, that wasn't Jordan's fault. So he will stay on the bump to face Blake Blanchard. DeMond coming out of the pen. He's ready to go if called upon. High and away with a pitch to Blanchard. On the inside part of the plate. That is floated in the direction of Braden DeMond in center field. He'll make the catch. 10 will go to the plate. 3 are stranded. 4 come in for UBO Henry in the top of the first.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
We head to the bottom of the first, top of the order for FB Scout 16, Cole Parrish starting it off. Braden DeMond is the two-hitter. Chance Clark hitting third. Colton Lindsay fourth. Braden Pelton bats fifth. Ross Pike sixth, as that is popped up to the left side. And coming over from center to make the catch is Duarte Edmond. Landry Henderson in the 7th spot. Jacob Heilman batting 8th. Dylan Jordan is the 9 guy. Trip Crawford batting 10th. Corey Dewitt is the 11th hitter, and Colton Vance in the 12th spot. Luke Dominguez getting the start on the hill for UBO Henry. Blake Blanchard behind the plate. Colin Lacoste at first. Brandon Guagliardo at second. Kaner Broussard, the shortstop, and third baseman is Justin Wiggins. Right by Wiggins and goes into left field. Braden DeMond motoring his way to second, and he will get there with a head first dive. And if you or UB make that FP Scout 16, you are thinking about getting a run, not about getting 4. I mean, you'd like to have 4. You'd like to tie it up and take the lead here in the bottom of the first, but you'd at least like to get rid of the goose egg here in the bottom of the inning. Don't have to get everything back in one inning, but you'd like to start working on it, and they've got DeMond at second for Chance Clark. UBO's outfield, Eli Crochet in left. Center fielder is Duarte Edmond. And the right fielder is Hayden Walker. Into the dirt with a pitch, and that will get DeMond on his way to third. He's there safely. Chance Clark now with a chance to drive in a run 90 feet away. Start of the at-bat with that runner 180 feet from home. Delivered on the outside part of the plate to Chance Clark. Colton Lindsay to the on-deck circle. Top of the order again when you get to the second for UBO. Walk issued to Clark. And that's got a couple of runners on for Colton Lindsay. Stolen base for Clark. And a couple of runners in scoring position for FB Scout 16. Colton Lindsay followed by Braden Pelton. Well, the aroma of some nearby eatery is wafting through the press box, reminding me that it was at about 7:30 this morning when I had just a mere morsel of victuals, one of those steak, egg, and cheese McMuffins. I feel like one of those cartoons from old where the aroma had them lifted up and the nose was in the aroma and they were floating wherever. I can't remember what cartoon that was. Might have been a Bugs Bunny. That's a base hit right over the outstretched mid of Broussard at short. In will come Damon, in will come Clark. And the lead is cut in half. Lindsay delivering with a 2 RBI single. Braden Pelton coming to the plate. And already, if you are FB Scout 16, you have succeeded. Even if you don't score 4 runs in the bottom of the first, or 5 runs to take the lead. You've cut the lead in half. It is not nearly as mesmerizing, that lead of 4, which is now 2. And off to second will go Lindsay. Ross Pike to the on-deck circle. Inside with the pitch, and Pelton was bracing for a dink. That pitch looked like it was coming in on him, and he was bracing. Getting prepared. On the outside part of the plate to Pelton. Low and away with the offering. One out to the leadoff guy, Cole Parrish. He popped out to center field. Since then, a double, a walk, and a single. Just a little bit high with a pitch to Pelton. Little check swing. Did it go around? And apparently he did not. The point to first was not to appeal. The point to first was to send Pelton down with a walk. And a couple of runners on for Ross Pike. So the tying run on in the bottom of the first. Outside with a pitch to Pike. Well, we've got the opportunity. I guess we could take a look at what's happening in 18U. In Pool A, Extreme Scout 19 has finished 3-0, but Sports U18 is 2-0, and I think they are playing tonight. And they've actually allowed fewer runs. So depending on the score of a game, if they win, could wrap it up. And in B, you got 2 teams at 2-0. Stars 18 and Gulf Coast Pelicans 18. But there again, the big difference between those two is the runs allowed, which is the first of the tiebreakers. Stars 18 has allowed 4. Pelicans have allowed 11. And in A, if either team faltered, Mississippi Scout 16 is 2-1. FB Scout 19 is 0-1. And in B, Mississippi 18, 1-1. So still in the hunt. There's another walk. Bases loaded. And that'll bring Coach out of the dugout. So both pitchers have had first inning visits. Jordan for FB Scout 16, and now Dominguez. And just watching the body language of Dominguez, you wonder if there's either an arm issue or he's just showing the motion with his delivery to coach. Well, there's not an arm issue or coach wouldn't have left him in. Although he is continuing to twist that arm, stretch it a little bit. Landry Hendershot with the bases loaded. Jacob Heilman to the on-deck circle. Low and away with the pitch to Hendershot. Fouled away by Hendershot. Don't forget to download this app, by the way. And when I say this app, I'm talking about the Showcase Series app. A fantastic resource. Heck, if you don't have somebody participating in the series, you still need to download it because you're going to want to watch the baseball and see the athletes compete. Because who knows who you see now that you will see later. At the collegiate, maybe even the professional level. And there is another walk. This one given to Hendershot, and that will bring in a run. And you got a one-run game. Well, you talk about very similar innings from the circumstances that have plated runs. And here comes coach for a second time, which means Dominguez will end his tenure on the hill a third of an inning into the first.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
The new pitcher is Parker Gios. Gios, the EH, will now have pitching duties and nearly hit Jacob Heilman. Gios takes over with the bases loaded after Luke Dominguez worked a third of an inning. And in that third of an inning, faced 7. No strikeouts, 4 walks, 2 hits. And he will thus far give up 3 runs, but is responsible for all 3 currently on. Into the dirt, to the screen. That's got the runner Pelton in from third. So the wild pitch has brought in the tying run. And it is 3-0 on Jacob Heilman. Dylan Jordan to the on-deck circle. Inside pitch and the bases loaded again. At this moment, nobody happier than Dylan Jordan, starting FB Scout 16 pitcher, who came off the bump at the top of the first, down by 4, and now the game tied at 4. Can I make another one of those bold predictions, that I've been known to make? This game is not going to go 7 innings. That's my prediction. I think the 1 hour, 50-minute time limit will get us first. Ground over to first. And not able to get there in time is Gios to cover the bag. In to score is Pike. And the base is still loaded. And FB Scout takes the lead. And a runner coming in for Jacob Heilman. So that is scored as a Heilman base hit. And if he scored as a base hit, got to give him the RBI. Then brought in Pelton. I make that, Pelton. Make that Dylan Jordan, by the way, that got the RBI. Fouled away by Trip Crawford. Corey Duet moving to the on-deck circle. Still just 1 away. It is an inning now that has seen 20 at-bats. 10 in the top part and now 10 in the bottom. Just a little bit high with a pitch to Crawford. Here's the Gios pitch. It is into left field, a base hit that'll bring in Hendershot. And now it will roll towards the screen, and in comes Heilman. Jordan will go to third. Trip Crawford will wind up at second. RBI single and an E mixed in. And it's a 7-4 lead. Corey Duett, followed by Colton Vance. Just a little low and away with the pitch to Duett. This is definitely the most runs we have seen in an inning here at Hattiesburg, the two teams combined. And not that far away from becoming the longest inning lengthwise, time-wise. Corey Duett with a couple of base runners in scoring position outside with a pitch to Duett. And you go back to the leadoff hitter, Parrish, he was a fly out to center field. So he was an out and everybody else has been on. 3 balls, 1 strike. That is a high offering to Duett. He's given the walk and the bases are loaded once more. Colton Vance to the plate. Swing and a miss by Vance. Vance, the 12th hitter here in the bottom part of inning number 1, and the 11th in a row. That is fouled back to the screen. And now you got FB Scout 16 trying to flip that 4-run lead. We're down by 4 and coming into the inning, now up by 3 and got that potential 4th run at third. As in 4-run advantage. Able to get a piece of it and foul it back is Vance. I know it's a 7-4 ball game, 3-run lead, first inning. But if you're talking about personal pressure, it's going to be on Cole Parrish, especially if Colton Vance gets on. You do not want to be outs 1 and 2 in the same inning. Into the dirt with a pitch. That will bring Jordan in from third. Crawford to third and Duett to second. The 12th run in the inning has played. 8 of them belong to FB Scout. 4 of them belong to UBO. Inside with a pitch to Colton Vance. Swing and a miss by Vance. And there is out number 2, the top and the bottom of the order accounting for the outs. And there's 2 gone for the top of the order, Cole Parrish. Parrish with a fly out to center field in the first. Braden Tamon to the on-deck circle. Dominguez, Broussard, and Gios when you get to the second inning for UBO Henry. Nothing in 2, the count on Parrish. Plenty of sports going on elsewhere. College baseball, Major League Baseball, WNBA. And we'll take a look at all of that when we come back. Still a 4-run ball game, but now it is FB Scout 16 up by 4.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Top of the second gets underway. Luke Dominguez will start it. Caleb Broussard and Parker Gios due up in the inning, too. 8 runs played in the bottom of the first after a 4-run top part of the inning. And in all, it takes us 50 minutes to get to the second inning. And it's right back up the middle. Ricochets off. Jordan picked up at third by Duan and gets the out. So that'll be scored as a 1-5-3 put out at first. And we'll bring Caleb Broussard to the plate. Parker Gios to the on-deck circle. All right, I promised you scores. Let's start with baseball at the collegiate level. Miami beats Louisville 9-6. That series tied at 2. Arizona knocks off North Carolina 10-8. Make that, by the way, tied at 1. They don't play a best of 7. So it is Miami and Louisville tied at 1 in a best of 3. Arizona 10-8 over North Carolina. That's a series tied at 1. Duke a 7-4 winner over Murray State, taking a 1-zip lead. That is shot in the direction of left field. That'll drop in as a base hit. Able to get to it quickly in left is Clark, limiting Broussard to 1. LSU outlast West Virginia 16-9. Lead that series 1-0. Coastal Carolina, after Auburn took a 1-zip lead, scores 4 straight and captures the series 2-0 and has punched their ticket to Omaha. And tonight, when you get back to the house or the hotel, or I guess in some instances the RV, you can watch Oregon State and Florida State. They've got an 8 o'clock start time. Also, a couple of games in progress. Arkansas leading Tennessee 4-2 in the top of the 8th. And UTSA with a 1-zip lead over UCLA in the top of the 2nd. Lifted Fallon out of play by Parker Gios. Gios with a single and a run scored in the first. Hayden Walker is on deck. Major League Baseball finals in 10. Reds beat the D-backs 4-3. Cubs club the Tigers 6-1. Blue Jays bust the Twins 5-4. Cards clip the Dodgers 2-1. Pirates pop the Phillies 2-1. Rangers shut out the Nationals 5-0. Giants nip the Braves 3-2. 13-1. Reds over the D-backs. Yeah, they played 2. They finished 1 and played another. That's a base hit into right field for Gios. On his way to third is Broussard. Runners on the corners in the bottom. Make that top of the 2nd. So a couple of runners on for Hayden Walker. In 10, Astros beat the Guardians 5-3. White Sox defeat the Royals 4-1. Fouled away by Walker. And in the bottom of the 10th, Marlins with an 11-10 lead over the Rays. And the tying run, by the way, for the Rays at 2nd in the bottom of the 10th with nobody out. And is fouled away by Walker. Eli Crochet on deck. Bottom of the 2nd, Damon Clark and Lindsey. 2, 3, and 4 in the scout order. WNBA, Valkyries beat the Aces 95-68. And you are up to date. Swing and a miss, and out will go Walker, and now you got Gios tagged out. Didn't have to go, but had the option on a drop strike 3. He did and gets caught. And UBO Henry, despite the 2 base hits, goes scoreless in the top of the second.
Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit UnitedBaseball.org and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always on you.
Well, just to look at some of the stuff coming up on JockJive affiliated with the Showcase, so be sure to check it out as you got a base ripped by Braden DeMond to begin the bottom part of the second. That is the 5th scout base hit of the game. And a runner aboard, Chance Clark coming to the plate. Colton Lindsay will follow. And we are right now unofficially 1 hour in, 50 minutes left in the 1 hour, 50-minute time limit. $9 a.m. start to the baseball tomorrow. 4 games on slate. Running is DeMond, and he motors his way to second very quickly. That with a swing by Broussard to lay the tag. Ball popped out. Wound up in left field. But no additional bags for DeMond. Clark with a walk and a run scored an inning back. Colton Lindsay to the on-deck circle. Crochet, Guagliardo, and Lacoste when you get to the top of the third. And don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, trying to build our numbers. We want more. We want more. As down to third and in with a stolen base goes DeMond. Now 11 away from our goal for this weekend. Wanted to get to 6,700. We are 6,689 in population currently, as far as our YouTube subscribers is concerned. And as I mentioned all day long, no paperwork to fill out, no form, no money to pay, no background check. Just a mere click of the button. Move the cursor over the subscribe button and click, and we'll thank you. That is lifted towards left field and able to get a good jump on it and make the catch. In left is Eli Crochet. And Clark will fly out. Nice defensive play by Crochet. Brings in the run, turns into an RBI for Clark. But still a nice play. And a productive out. So I guess maybe both sides kind of happy. Nice play in left and a sacrifice and a run for the batting team. Colton Lindsay had a couple of RBIs on a single in the first. Just a little bit outside with the toss to Lindsay. Braden Pelton is on deck. I was talking about earlier in the game, by the way, the fact that some of the guys that you are seeing playing right now will one day be playing collegiately. Maybe some of them already are. Or one day they'll be playing professionally. A name comes to mind based on my first seeing him play at the Showcase Series, and now he's headed to Troy University, and that is Jay Boroff. Perfect example of playing while in high school in the Showcase and then just continuing to advance, honing those skills, getting better at what they do. And what a year Boroff had at Enterprise State last year. Was named Player of the Year in Division II. More home runs, more RBIs, best batting average. And now headed to Troy University. Which means, of course, that he's going to be making his way to this field in the Sun Belt Conference. Walk given to Lindsay. And a runner will come in for the catcher, Lindsay. That is Chance Clark. Braden Pelton coming to the plate. And that's just one example that I am personally aware of. I'm sure there are many other examples as well. Clark with a stolen base. 2-1 the count on Pelton. Pelton with a walk and a run scored. Came in on a wild pitch. 1 inning back. Got a base runner in scoring position and Clark running for Lindsay. Geos came into the ballgame in the first, worked the last 2/3 of the inning in relief of Luke Dominguez. And by the way, your final numbers for Dominguez, a third of an inning worked. 7 faced, no strikeouts, 4 walks, 2 hits, 6 runs allowed. Two pitch, too far outside to Pelton. A reminder, you can watch JockJive Sports Showcase Series games on showcaseseries.org. Or you can go to our website, jockjive.com, or to YouTube. And it will give you an alternative source for sports. Not only Showcase Series, but baseball this summer, ALA-BCA, Cal Ripken World Series, Babe Ruth World Series, Dixie Baseball World Series. Get to the fall, and we've already signed up Georgia Military College again, Bayside Academy football. Certainly hope that we'll be doing some fall ball with the Showcase Series this fall as well, September and October, maybe into the touch of November. Runners move up. Lindsay to third and Pelton to second. And, of course, Clark running for Lindsay. But our schedule already filling up. Working again with the ACCC, the GCAA, the junior college conferences in Alabama and Georgia. Always adding stuff too. Just got through with some work for the NPSFL, National Public Safety Football League. And speaking of baseball, the Native American All-Star event at Truist Stadium in Atlanta coming up in a couple of weeks. So just a plethora of sports here. That sounded like it got Pike, and apparently it did. Hit by the pitch and apparently in some pain is Blake Broussard. He's shaking that hand and going to the dugout. So let's see if there is a replacement for Broussard or if he'll be given an opportunity to shake off the pain. I see him now over on the steps of the dugout. Still got the gear on, but pacing to and fro. I don't know if that means that he's coming back into the game or if we will have to get a replacement. But he has taken himself out for the moment. And it appears we are going to get a new catcher. Why don't we take a break, come back, and see if Blanchard is able to get back into the game. Well, it is Landon Underwood who has entered the game as a replacement for Blanchard. And he'll be given a toss or two, and then we will resume play. Well, Blanchard's still over in the dugout. Arms on railing and head against arms. Man, if you are in pain, it is magnified by the heat. On a 90-plus degree day, as that is lifted into center field by Hendershot, and coming in to score from third is Lindsay. So another sac fly. First one came from Clark. This one will come from Hendershot and bring in Clark, running for Lindsay. That could be a first. You get a sac fly and an RBI, and you come in on a sac fly and become an RBI in the same inning by the same guy. That's one of those rarities in baseball. A little bit inside with a pitch to Jacob Heilman. Heilman has walked and scored a run. Dylan Jordan to the on-deck circle. That'll go to the screen. Pelton will go to third and Pike to second. Boy, it's hard to believe that we are still in the second inning. I looked over my scoreboard and saw the bottom of 2, and I'm thinking, wow, we've been in this game for a while. An hour and about 15 in. Strike delivered to Heilman. A little bit outside with a pitch, and the base is loaded with a walk given to Heilman. And for Gios, that is walk number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the game. It is the 9th for UBO Henry pitching. Ball 1 to Dylan Jordan. Jordan with an RBI single and scored a run in the first. That is ground in the direction of first. Covering the bag is Gios. He will get there ahead of Jordan. And the 3-1 will put an end to the inning, leaving 3 stranded, 2 more runs in. And FB Scout 16 up by 6.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn
Got a new pitcher as we begin the top of the third. The new pitcher is Colton Damon. Dylan Jordan will work 2 innings, face 14. 2 strikeouts, 3 walks, 4 hits, 4 runs, and a hit batsman. All during the Dylan Jordan tenure on the hill. Eli Crochet, Brandon Guagliardo, and Colin Lacoste here in the top of the third for UBO Henry. Lights on here at Hill Denson Field. As that is shot over in the direction of left field. That is well hit. It will sail over the head of Chance Clark. Crochet on his way to second. Gets there easily in a leadoff double for UBO Henry's Eli Crochet. And there he stands, Crochet on second. After the double to begin the third, Brandon Guagliardo moving to the on-deck circle. Ground to third, picked up by Duet. Goes to first, gets the out. To third will go Crochet. And there's one away for Colin Lacoste. Lacoste got hit by a pitch with the bases loaded and picked up an RBI as a result. Duarte Edmond moving to the on-deck circle. A little bit outside with a pitch from Damon. One of 2 Damons, presumably brothers, Braden and Colton. On the outside part of the plate with the pitch. Unofficially, a little less than a half hour left in our time limit of 1 hour and 50 minutes. Big thank you again to Southern Miss. Great crew to work with. As this is popped up to the right side, drops in as a base hit. Crochet will come in to score, and that will snap a string of 10 unanswered runs. And turn it into a 10-5 game. Well, again, if you're FB Scout 16 and you win the game, and obviously UBO Henry hopes that doesn't happen. But if it does, you won't know tonight if you're playing tomorrow. You got to see what happens to Capital 16, who do not play until tomorrow morning in their third game in pool play. But UBO Henry, of course, saying, hey, wait just a minute. Don't get ahead of yourself. We got plans of coming from behind and winning this one. And if you do, well, then if you're FB Scout 16, you're still watching the game. tomorrow, hoping that Capital 16 lose by lots. So either way, win or lose, FB Scout 16 is going to be watching that game tomorrow with Capital 16. And FB Scout at the moment, as that's a base hit into left field for Duarte Edmond. And Lacoste will make his way to second. Edmond at first. Third hit in the inning, seventh of the game for UBO. Justin Wiggins coming to the plate. But right now, you are an FB Scout 16 team that has allowed 12 runs. Possibility of 2, 6, 4, and 3. And Wiggins will wrap into the double play. One runner is stranded, one runner is in. We go to the bottom of the third in a 10-5 game.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
We head to the bottom of the third. Got a new pitcher on the hill. The new pitcher is Duarte Edmond. Edmond in for Parker Gios, who worked an inning and 2/3. Faced 14, 1 strikeout, 5 walks, 3 hits given up, 4 runs allowed. And hands it over to Duarte, facing Trip Crawford to begin his tenure on the hill, and he will fly out to shortstop Kaylor Broussard. And there is one away for Corey Duet. Colton Vance moving to the on-deck circle. A 5-run FB Scout 16 lead, not insurmountable for UBO Henry, but they've got to do it with limited time left. Unofficially 20 minutes. And depending upon the length of the bottom of the third, top of the fourth could be it. So if you are UBO Henry, there is this 2-part plan. As it is ground to Guagliardo at second, and Duet will ground out. And part 1 of that plan appears to be in place, and that is to shut down FB Scout 16 in the bottom of the third. Part 2 of that plan would be to play 5 or 6 runs in the top of the fourth. Colton Vance struck out in the first. He was the lone strikeout for Gios. Cole Parrish on deck, outside with the Edmond pitch. There has not been a 3-up, 3-down inning. As a matter of fact, the fewest number of at-bats in any part of an inning has been 4. And that was the UBO Henry top part of the second. And that'll be a base hit into right field, so it looks like we won't have a 3-up, 3-down inning here. And what base hits do here in the bottom part of the third, it puts even more pressure on the top of the fourth where that time limit is concerned. It increases the likelihood that the top of the fourth is the last offensive opportunity for UBO Henry. If you were Henry, you were hoping on a quick bottom of the third, play hopefully all you need in the top of the fourth, but if you don't, a quick bottom of the fourth would get you to the fifth. But with each at-bat in the bottom of the third for FB Scout, you start chipping away at that extra time. That is popped up to left field, and there the catch is made by Crochet. Cole Parrish with a fly out, 1 base hit, 1 stranded. And UBO Henry will try to speed up the pace. FB Scout will be like, let's take time.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Top of the fourth gets underway. Bottom of the order coming to the plate. And I believe this is going to be Landon Underwood. It is. Came into the ball game to catch for Blake Blanchard after the injury, and now will hit to begin the fourth. And keeping an eye on that clock because obviously it is significant, especially to UBO Henry. Unofficially 15 minutes left in the time limit. Luke Dominguez on deck. Kaylor Broussard due up in the inning as well. And by the way, that's not a drop dead 150. It is a no new inning 150. And thus yesterday we had about a 2-hour, 30-minute game. Strikeout of Underwood and one away. Top of the order, Luke Dominguez to the plate. Dominguez 0 for 2 in the game. Popped out in center field, grounded into a 1-5-3 putout. That is hit right back to Damon, who goes to first and gets Dominguez. So the top of the fourth going quickly. Good news is you save time if you're UBO. The bad news is you're not plating runs. Kaylor Broussard is struck out and singled, 1 for 2 in the game. On the inside part of the plate with the pitch. That is shot in the direction of center field. Drops in as a base hit. Will be extra bases. Rolls all the way to the wall. On his way to third is Broussard. He'll be there easily. And holds up with a 3-bagger. "90 feet away from making it a 4-run ball game." As Parker Gios comes to the plate. Gios perfect on the day. Couple of singles. A base hit in the first and second. 2 for 2. Hayden Walker on deck. Bottom of the fourth, Braden DeMond, Chance Clark, and Colton Lindsay. Delivered on the outside part of the plate. Couple of strikes to Gios. Outside with the offering. There is a swing, there is a miss, and Gios will strike out. Well, the top of the inning goes quickly. As we mentioned, that's good for UBO from the standpoint of time, but it goes run free. And we head to the bottom part of the inning with UBO Henry trying to make quick work of Damon, Clark, and Lindsay. Is the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double, the single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down. And we head to the bottom of the fourth. Braden Damon will start it. Chance Clark and Colton Lindsay due up in the inning as well. Unofficially, again, this is not the official time clock. Unofficially, 9 minutes. Edmund killing off the bump, making the catch. And Damon with a fly out for out number 1. That didn't take long. Chance Clark next. As a matter of fact, we haven't seen that clock tick down another minute. So though inside 9, got about 8 minutes. But if you are Edmund and you can do that to Clark and Lindsay, then you can get into the top of the 5th when Walker, Crochet, and Guagliardo are scheduled to come to the plate. I'm a little surprised with the time limit in play that you're going after a first pitch. But there again, a time limit is probably the furthest thing from the minds of these guys swinging the sticks and throwing the baseball. Clark with a walk and a sacrifice fly drove in a run on the side. Strike 3 got the inside part of the plate. And there's 2 gone for Colton Lindsay. Lindsay with a single and a walk, 2 runs driven in and 2 runs scored. And just for good measure, has stolen a base. fouled off of Lindsey. Braden Pelton to the on-deck circle. High and away with the pitch. Well, at the moment, it is looking good for UBO Henry to get one more opportunity in the top of the fifth. Braden Pelton would be next if there is a next. Way outside of the strike zone to Lindsey. Lindsey with a single in the first, a walk in the second. Skip the third and back at the plate in the fourth. And that will foul tip into the mid of Underwood. Edmond picking up a couple of Ks and buying his team one more opportunity. We go to the top of the fifth with about 5 minutes left in our 150.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Well, we've gotten the top of the fifth underway, and I'm actually a little surprised because we are really creeping up on the time limit. Unofficially, I had it starting at 5:31, which would be a 7:21 1 hour 50-minute mark. And it's not a drop dead 150 as I mentioned. It is a no new inning 150. But apparently my clock was pretty darn close to what the official clock was. And about 60 seconds left in the time limit. And we begin the top of the fifth. Grant Hawsey batting for Hayden Walker. Sends this one in the direction of left field, but it's on top of the roof and out of play by Hawsey. Well, it was a similar situation, as I mentioned yesterday, that got us our longest game of the day. We were right about an hour 50 in, maybe a couple of minutes away in that particular case. And started the new inning, and the additional inning went a long time, as that is fouled away by Hawsey. And we wound up having about a 2 hour and 23-minute ball game. Well, Yumio Henry would be perfectly content with something similar. Infield single for Hawsey to begin the fifth. So a base runner on for Eli Crochet. And in that ball game, kind of similar circumstances. Either the home team was down, came back, tied it up, and forced a trip into the bottom part of the inning. And thus, we had our longest time-wise game of the weekend. Our longest game inning-wise came this morning, and ironically was the shortest game. A 7-inning game that went about an hour 42. There is another base hit. Back-to-back singles, Crochet and Hawsey on. And Brandon Guagliardo coming to the plate. Guagliardo with a walk and a ground out to third. That is a high fly ball, left field. Charging in and making the catch is Chance Clark. One away, Colin Lacoste next. Lacoste got hit by a pitch and singled. Both at-bats turned into an RBI. Hit by a pitch with the bases loaded. As that is sent to right field. And it is right to Trip Crawford. 2 gone. Tagging going to third is Hawsey. Duarte Edmond to the plate. By the way, I got my numbers discombobulated. Did you know the outstanding pitching work was Hayden Walker? Not sure why I put him as Duarte Edmond, but it was Hayden Walker, by the way, that came in and pitched the bottom of the third and fourth. Did an outstanding job. And I'm not sure how I got the numbers and the names discombobulated. But Duarte Edmond coming to the plate here wearing 24 straightened out the fact in my mind that it was Hayden Walker that stepped up onto the bump and did some excellent pitching in the third and fourth for UBO Henry. So my apologies, Mr. Walker. Worked the third and fourth, faced a total of 7. It set down 6 of the 7 and gave up a lone base hit and no walks and no runs. So Hayden Walker, kudos for a job well done, and my apologies for the blunder and misnaming you. Down the second, we'll go Crochet. Justin Wiggins on deck. That is ground over in the direction of third. Mishandled, lines up in left field. That'll be an error charged to Duet. Halsey will score and Crochet will score. All compliments of the E5. And the role that plays, even if FB Scout wins, is again, you're adding to those runs allowed. And if FB Scout ends with a 3-0 tie with Capital 16, then now you got to watch the game tomorrow and hope they allow a bunch of runs. Fouled back to the screen by Justin Wiggins. We had a game earlier today, by the way, in which one team scored 9 runs with 2 outs. UBO needs 3 runs to tie it and 4 to take the lead with 2 outs. Justin Wiggins reached on an error, ground into a double play. That is hit towards center field. Should be the end of the game. Catch made by Devon. And that is your ball game. So this one will go final. UBO Henry actually out hitting FB Scout 16, 10-6. But FB Scout leads in the department you want to lead in the runs, 10-7. UBO Henry 1 error committed and 7 left on, 4 runs in the first and a run in the third. FB Scout 16, 8 runs in the first, 2 runs in the second, leaving 6 on and committing a single error. And that's it for the day. Day number 2. As the lights go twinkly boo. You know, the little light show we get here at the end of the day at Pete Taylor Park. Okay, that's probably not twinkly boo. That's not a good baseball name for what the lights do. But it just rhymed and sends us to the end of our coverage. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you at 9 o'clock tomorrow on Championship Sunday.